wait. There's no but after that. You can't hold Israel to this standard or the U.S. to a standard.
When I saw that, I was honestly shocked. I mean, let's be honest. I've said things that I wished I could pull.
Take the context, because if that's the case, then you have to give the U.S. the context. Your school was next to a military target. Sometimes shit goes wrong. Sometimes I don't fucking
I certainly hope that's the case.
And you know what? There you go. I don't think the U.S. actually targeted. I think it is probably a misguided. I think something must have happened, or somehow or another the coordinates weren't quite accurate, which happens with intelligence. Military intelligence is an oxymoron at times. But if you're going to sit there and claim that, but the rest of you have to be perfect, otherwise, then no, I'm pretty okay with just bombing literally everything. You can be out there. That doesn't work that way.
Take a scenario. Russia trying to send some missiles to the United States. That's a hypothetical situation. And they're using the Mexican land to launch their own missiles and to land their own planes. Does America have the right to also attack
with President Trump, that this was all...
Once you get a president in Australia, they rape you.
I mean, the matter of fact is that this Bahrain, they do provide their own, the lands, the host of American military presence alongside Qatar and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. So yes, they're not directly involved, but by providing their own lands to the Americans fighting.
I said you didn't hit U.S. You hit civilian targets in those countries. So if you're going to say, hey, you know what? Then we can hit Qatar, we can hit all these areas. Then that's fine. Then you can't bitch about Israel hitting, fucking Lebanon. You can't hit the fucking U.S. for hitting other areas that are, friendly to you. Okay, then. So then it's a stupid argument to bring up.
That was a proposal.
It's actually not, Brad, because again...
Vacuum, by the way. When they say they attacked Iran's infrastructure, Iran did it to the Bahrain. The proper response, probably in your book, would be Iran attacked the U.S. infrastructures in Iranian sword. Sorry, in American sword. But that would be catastrophe. That would be nuclear Armageddon. But maybe the proper response, according to you, was instead of attacking Bahrain, attacking United States American sword. And I don't think anyone in this room want that to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, that wasn't my point. Hold on, I'll give it to you a sec. My point would have been if you'd attacked just the U.S. bases and military personnel in maybe Bahrain, that would have been fine. But instead, you targeted hotels and desal plants. That's for that's for those people. Like, literally, a good third, what is it, 2/3 of that country is poor and actually has problems with water, desperately needs it. Fucking with desal plants in that region, not really the best of fucking ideas. But if you'd attack the airbase, I don't have a leg to stand on. I could say, you know what? Yeah, he's got a valid point. But Iran didn't just do that. It attacked civilian structures, oil platforms, right? You guys think you blew up a bunch of oil platforms, but, and they weren't owned by the U.S. You took it out on other countries, which is fine if you want to do that, but now you can't bitch at it when other nations are now going to get that fucking smoke, because right now you didn't just attack the U.S. You attacked other countries like Saudi Arabia.
I mean, that was something that was clearly communicated to the United States prior to this unprovoked aggression, that if you launch an attack in Iran, it would be a regional war. So the United States knew that if it attacked Iran, rightly or wrongly, I'm not going to get into the ethic of it, but the United States did know that if attack Iran, Iran's going to basically broaden this war to the other countries in the region.
That is true. That was something Trump was briefed on.
Right, and two, again, we hit, I think, 20 out of the 30-something universities. Like, we hit schools, man. We hit a bunch of civilians.
We hit all kinds of shit.
Right, so, again, it's, it'd be the same scenario as if I punch my wife in the face, and then she decides to grab a butcher knife and cut my dick off. Like, nobody's going to be telling her, oh, man, you went too overboard.
I would have said that shit. They would have the fuck
you would have been like, you shouldn't have punched your fucking wife. You get what you get, so.
I don't know if I'd make that comparison. You punched her in the face and she cut your dick off. I mean,
the point is that when you attack first, you don't get to tell the other party how they respond. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a general consensus say, okay, maybe the level you escalated nobody's going to recognize that, hey, that person reacted to you. If you hadn't made the first move, this would have never happened.
But also the Gulf Arab states, like the fuck is it? The prince there and MBS in Saudi Arabia, he's been egging Trump on this whole war too. The Gulf Arab states are not fans of Iran. Like, let's not pretend.
But Pepe, that's my whole point. So now really going to happen, and this is something that's going to, if Iran continues to hit these, who's to stop? Saud, like all of these different entities from literally going there and saying, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go ham on these. And then all of a sudden, the Iranian people become, I don't know, say Palestinians.
The same reason they haven't, because countries with small populations, with very large foreign worker population, I believe even the Air Force of Saudi has to be, like, they have to rely heavily on they're not Saudi. And the reality is, though, is that they don't really have the large forces that could go in there and cause damage to Iran.
They can as a conglomerate, as a united front. They could absolutely.
You have to look at the populations of these countries.
I'm aware of the population.
They're very wealthy, privileged people with the large.
But think about this: you have America, Israel, and then you have these guys wanting to go in. Now you have France and England. France is sending down. You got Italy sending down. You've got other troops coming in Egypt. You're going to have these entities pulling in. Now all of a sudden, what do you have? Like, Iran doesn't have an ally.
To be honest, it would probably be better if they just sat it out and let the professionals do the fucking work. You know, i.e. the Germans, the French, the English, and the Americans, those that are used to fighting in wars.
Can I
I'm not sure if you're joking or not, Pepe.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you got it on. You got the mic.
No, Pepe, don't tell me you're on Israel's side.
Sorry, that was me. I brought him up again.
I'm not for this war.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is that this aggressions was not isolated in a region.
Soren, gave the mic to Obadar Barda. Obadar Barda, the mic is yours, Mike.
Yeah, Odin Batar, you got the mic, bro. Welcome to the stage.
Can I or no? Or can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Either speak or we're going to pass it on, brother.
Get your back channel.
Okay. I was born in the Mongolia, and I love every country from the Iraq and Ukraine, and I was living in the Poland 26 years.
Yeah, hold on. Like, get to the point of the conversation we're having, brother. Yeah, we don't need a backstory. We don't need a history. Just get to the point.
I can speak Polish language and Russian and little bit German and French.
I don't know.
What I'm saying.
He's multilingual, sick. Yeah, he can go to the kitchen, man. Yeah, we ain't got time for this.
No, I want to hear what Odin Bator said.
I love Mongolian barbecue, by the way. That's the one thing the Mongolians were the best at two things. Not quite the best queuing, but you guys were the best at raping and pillaging. Hats off.
Yeah, sorry, man. You need to come up here and get to the point. Bro.
He may have had insights into Genghis Khan, and maybe he's trying to tell us that, okay, well, if Genghis Khan were alive, he would solve the problem this way.
You can type it in the chat.
Yo, Pepe, you want to hear a fucked up story about Mongolia? A fucked up one? My dad was serving in the Russian military, and he got stationed somewhere in Mongolia. and they got invited to a wedding, their battalion. So my dad always had 2 German Shepherds with him, and my dad's eating there, and he decided to feed the dogs off the table, and the dogs that my dad was like fully trained with, they started growling at my dad, and the guy that's sitting next to my dad said, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "I'm trying to feed the dogs." Like, I never seen him act. He says, "Yeah," I said, "Dogs don't eat dogs." My dad went and started puking.
I heard they love to eat back of the woods.
That was fucked up. My dad was actually served dogs to eat.
Dog can be a tasty meal when you're stuck there eating it.
You're going to hell. You're going to hell.
Put some hot sauce on it, bro. I'll put fucking hot sauce on it to talk it down the hole. I mean, if there's one thing that I can say about watching about the civilian side, I mean, I'll put that aside, I'll put that in back, but there's one thing is for sure. After the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, I can tell you one thing for sure. A lot of disgruntled Iranians, rightly because of the situation in Iran 3 months ago, I've got news for you. All of them are now rallying behind the flags now.
Oh no! I'm just curious. Why do your people, speaking of dogs, I'm just curious. So, I did have she's very, very intelligent woman. Her son, who's about my age, was studying nuclear medicine at University of California, Berkeley. Her daughter was, I forget what she did. Super successful family, but her husband used to work for the consulate. I believe he was the general counsel for consul general. I forget how you term it. San Francisco before the revolution, but. Anyways, they moved here. They still remained in Iran, and she moved, and she's an older woman. But I do like there was this aversion to dogs, and she was saying how like with Persians, they're just super. They don't like dogs. They don't like being near them. I'm just curious, where does that come from?
It's a Muslim thing. It's not Persian. No, actually, it's not true. I mean, they have the past. You just look it up. Hundreds of.
But you guys are hairier and smellier than they are. So why are you guys like? Afraid of them?
There's actually thousands of pet shops in Tehran. Look it up. Like everyone's got their own pet. I'm not a big fan of pets in the apartment, by the way, but they do. I mean, that's a new thing, and I'm not a big fan of it because I don't think it's fair for the animals to be kept in the apartments.
With the Persian, I know. I agree. Send it to a shelter.
Hold on, they keep you in an apartment. It's kind of not fair either. So, am I supposed to laugh? Or what I'm supposed to say after this? If they keep you in an apartment, I can keep a dog in an apartment. That's fine. I'd rather have a dog in an apartment than you in an apartment. Like, you're not even a good clown.
All right, Mr. Edward, you want to say something? What's going on, Mr. Edward?
I get hello, Pepe. Hello.
Saying that.
I get hello. So I have a couple questions, if I may. This particular conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Is it about security, or is it about defense, or is it something deeper? Like, is it the ideology? Is it economics? Because for me, I'm a little confused with the geopolitics struggle from just a higher area. I just want to know the questions I have. So if we want to have that one, and I have one more after that.
Well, I would obviously say it's for Israel and the neocons and evangelicals, but I'm sure other people have a much different opinion. Mine's probably the most controversial.
And more, I think, keep control of China.
Edward, why do you think Iran needs long-range ballistic missiles? What do you think their need for that would be?
Yeah, well, number one, they're going to fire them at their quote-unquote enemies, but I don't think they need long-range ballistic missiles because they even want to try to hit the United States. So I think that the conflict in the security defense, for me, I think I don't think we talk enough about the ideology of the Iranian people, or let's say the clerics, okay, the ruling party. I think that the ideology is much more difficult, especially from us in the West. So I think that's a great question, but I think that if your whole purpose is to get these long-range missiles, I don't think it's if it is to protect their country because someone's being aggressive aggressive towards them. But if not, I think we have a different story going on.
But I'm just going to say this. If I was from any kind of a pariah state like Iran or North Korea even, I mean, I think you would agree that having a long-range missile or a nuke is absolutely a deterrent from you fucking with me. It is like, it is, in fact, it's probably the best way to make you untouchable. And so if I was the IRGC, I'm talking from a strictly tactical standpoint, not an ethical one, I would absolutely fire fucking nukes and long-range missiles. That way, people would absolutely think twice before fucking with my Navy, my Air Force, my country, or my regime. It's a huge deterrent.
That's right. I mean, it's just common sense to have a nuclear arsenal, long-range ballistic missile system. Just common sense.
I mean, it actually is. That's why America invests so heavily in its fucking military, right?
Yeah, Sig. I'm going to agree with you, Sig. And I think a sovereign country, wherever it is, have a right to build up their own arsenal to whatever they want. The challenge that I have is because other Muslim countries are also afraid of Iran. And I think that's the bigger play. And because some of them have decided to come alongside of the U.S. in this particular conflict, I'm just wondering, are they trying to prevent the whole region, because Iran has been what we would consider a threat to the whole region?
Well, just because, think about it, Iran knew what was coming. We saw Venezuela 2 months before, and Iran knew what was coming. The fact that Iran is attacking other countries like the Gulf, I mean, it's just this is what you have to understand. It's a terrorist nation.
No, they're not. They're just defending themselves. This is such a perfect.
Are you trying to say that 92 million people are terrorists? Because when you say terrorist nation, you're talking about 92 million.
He means Iran's genocide regime. We know what he means.
Well, yeah, okay, but if you're talking about purely this war, this is one of the things I've found irritating, is that yes, they started shooting missiles and sending drones and rockets into not just Israel but all over the fucking place in the Middle East. And you know, I've heard plenty of Israel's like, oh my god, I can't believe they're doing this. It's like, really? Like, you started a fucking war. They're responding. That is what warfare is. Now, you can say it's mean, it's bad, all you want, but I mean, when you pick a fight with somebody and you get hit, that's just part of the game. And
who started the fight? Who is doing? Who has a state doctrine to eliminate another country? Who's Hezbollah? Now that Iran wants to, give me a minute. Now that Iran is in the peace talks with the United States, they want to put one on them. Why? Because they are their army, right? When they attacked on 8th of October, did we retaliate against Iran? Who fired first at us? It seems that your conclusion are based on like half the story. Literally like half the story.
No, it's not based on half the story.
So the 10,000 of rockets that Iran...
right.
No, so
the 10,000 of rockets from
we all know Hezbollah is basically Iran. I mean, literally, they are basically told what to do, and they're funded and trained by Iran. Hamas, we know that they were getting a lot of support and funding from Iran. I do agree that, especially when it comes to Israel, they are the number one threat to Israel. I don't think anybody here would deny that. However, when the U.S. and Israel end up going and attacking them in a fashion which, when's the last time this happened to Iran? I don't know. I don't know of any scenario. Well, okay, now they really stepped up the attacks, and why would we be surprised when they really ramp up their attacks back against the region? It's a no-brainer to me. In fact,
you're going to now respond in kind. Who do you think is going to win, Pepe? Honestly.
But this, this is why I was always against this war.
Yeah.
It's a huge country, very hard to traverse, and if this was 2003, and we had the support for invading a country, I think, we would do it. Do I think that we will do what is necessary to defeat Iran? No, because you won't have the public buy-in.
What, do you think we will bomb the living daylights out of the Islamic genocide corps?
I don't think I don't think you'll be able to get rid of the IRGC.
Never said that. I said bomb the living daylights.
You can, but
We've already done it.
When you remain in place,
we're going to do a whole lot more. This is like the beginning. This is like phase 1.
Sure, but if they remain in place, it's still
aspects.
Hold on, Sam, hold on. Sam.
Started with the people.
Oh my God, Sam. It actually didn't start with your It didn't start with your people, by the way. There's a lot more to that.
It didn't. They didn't rise up on December 28th.
No, but you don't think Pahlavi? You don't think that he?
It was a Pahlavi project. They were forced to go out. They were tricked to go out.
Yes, he was.
Who forced them?
They weren't forced. No, but this was. No. This was not. Wasn't nearly as internal as it seems.
You don't think the people want these?
They do, but we're talking about the catalyst that spurred it.
Why were they chanting for 10 days? Nothing happened. By the minute that the
because we didn't have our carrier groups there.
Yes, exactly. By the minute the Pahlavi said go out, everything started. So it was a plan. It was a project. It took.
The project is to get rid of the Islamic genocide regime.
Obviously.
No. And how long has that gone so far? All we did was replace him with his fucking kids. Now he's even more pissed off.
They're following.
But this is the point I was trying to make. Okay, I didn't get to finish.
Win wars.
Okay, all right. See, stop. So this is the point that I was trying to make. Is I do not see us bombing them out of existence. I mean, we could with nukes, but no, you can't do that. And why would we kill an innocent population?
Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah, I know. Nobody wants to do that, and that's my. Hold on. All right, Soren. What it is though is that without a very large ground force, I doubt we will be able to get rid of the IRGC and Americans. Look how unpopular this war is right now.
Right. Nobody likes.
Okay, it's not gonna happen.
So thank you for what you just said. Hold on, Adam.
Real quick. Yeah, I mean, because this was technically Mr. Edwards. I want to pass it back to you. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, exactly. So this is my last question. And it's I think we can have more high engagement. Can this situation be solved militarily? Or will it require, a completely different approach, whether it's going to be diplomacy or economics, all of the things? Or is the ideology of the Iranians, is this regime difficult to change? This is my question, because I think that the military situation is only the tipping point. And I think the people of Iran have to decide how they want to be governed.
100%. This is like phase 1. They say that war is diplomacy by other means. And don't neglect the economic aspect. You people are broke. The regime is broke. The electricity is down to how much a day. There's no internet. There's no water. The economy is in shambles. I mean, what more do you want to do that will not result in civilian casualties? Obviously, we do not want.
I mean, first and foremost, this is not a war. It does not have the Congress.
It's a war. It's a war.
The war has to be endorsed by the Congress.
No, it doesn't. Soren, I hate to break the news to you, but since you didn't study how it works in the United States government, war does not have. Well, the last time the U.S. Congress had declared war was World War II. And we've had many wars since then. So sorry, Soren, to break that news to you.
Call it a war.
Yes, we can. Oh, so we'll call Vietnam a skirmish. We'll call the Korean theater that was a skirmish too. It's a war.
Unless it's
Okay.
war.
WAR. Read the Art of War. It might help you.
No, but it's not, unless you can even.
No, Soren, that's not how it works.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, tomato, I mean, either way, that's a dumb argument.
Let's talk about winning instead of what we want to call it, because we all know what it is.
Before this aggression, Iran did not know that it has the leverage called Strait of Hormuz. Now,
they've always known about the Strait of Hormuz.
Thanks to U.S. aggressions, now they're going to start, guess what? $2 million per vessel. Thanks to the United States.
No one's paying it, Soren. Shocking. No one's paying it. We're going to be taking that money in the casino. We're taking it in the casino.
Even South Korea.
Yeah, Abby, I have a question for you. Another question, and Sig, maybe you or Viking can answer.
No, this man Edward he's the
So
Andrew. Don't worry about him. He's the real Negro.
Oh my God.
All right, so again, when people are talking, don't fucking disrespect people and interrupt them. Mr. Edward, you got the mic.
Thanks. So, have you guys heard of the Iranian waterways versus the Strait of Hormuz?
I know that the Saudis are bypassing the strait with some of their ships.
No, that's not his question, Abby.
So I'm not sure what you're...
That's not his question. No, it's not the waterways of Iran. It's not, Edward. It's the Strait of Hormuz. It's always been that way. It's also been in conflict for fucking ever and a day.
I mean, the Arabs call it the Arab Gulf, and the Persians call it the Persian Gulf.
Okay, so my question is, because the maps that have come out have the Strait of Hormuz, where the Iranians said that they put the bombs underneath the ocean there. The mines, but the ships are going through, and I've seen the maps, the Iranian border. Yes, different lane, which is closest to the Iranian border. And those ships are going, that's how they can put the tolls, because there are no tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. So that's what I'm asking. Have any of us seen this? Because the maps are clearly saying...
Yes. And one has to be in the Chinese currency, by the way. I can give you more information.
There's not any money for you. Stop fantasizing.
It has to be
There's
Chinese.
no money.
Don't cut him off, please. Wait till he's done, and then
Actually,
go ahead,
it has to be. I mean, that's another part of this aggression that it helps Iran to actually undermine the U.S. dollar dominance, and by basically putting the tariffs to the vessels, not to the friendly vessels, and it's not only the friendly vessels, meaning that the countries in the region. Spain is one of the countries that Iran decided not to put the tolls on it because of their rightful positions about these aggressions. They were not part of this aggression. They condemned it. They used their own land to be used by the U.S. Bombers. So that's why Iran decided not to put any tolls on the Spanish vessels. So this is a new leverage. This is a new reality that came out of this aggression. You might not see that, but Iran saw it as an opportunistic country. They saw it, and from now on, they're going to put a new regimes in that particular waterways, the Strait of Hormuz, for any vessels from now on. You can close it as the United States by putting and placing your own vessels in the Indian Oceans. But that's another topic that we can discuss that. But the Strait of Hormuz is controlled solely by Iran and Oman. These two countries, and by the way, the new regime they're going to share the toll. By the way,
Oman said they're not going to do it. Oman said no way.
No. They said they're going to come up with a new plan. That Iran.
No, they said under no.
So it's okay that it's in that international water. That it's not Iranian water.
They didn't bomb Oman. They bombed American places in Oman.
Excuse me, that's incorrect. You're bombing civilian targets. You have lousy targets.
Where did you see that?
It's been published nonstop.
Where?
In the bridges, the universities.
They don't even know what they're bombing at this point. They're going over. They bombed Turkey.
Okay, Z, hold on a second. Z, okay, we've seen them hit all kinds of fucking targets.
Yes.
Residential buildings, hotels, all kinds of fucking shit. Okay, to tell me that they're only hitting American bases, you're insulting my intelligence at this point.
Holding American command. Covering exactly. And that's why they didn't come.
Okay, enough. Everybody mute up or I'm gonna mute you. So first off, in Oman, they used drones and they hit the industrial sectors of Oman. So to argue differently is bullshit, and they did hit civilian targets. Again, you did that. Own it and say, yeah, all right, we did do that. And you used fucking drones to do it. So don't act like it didn't happen. It was only U.S. assets on there, because it wasn't just U.S. It absolutely was not. We can see it. The government of Oman, the fucking Red fucking Cross, Jesus Christ himself, all of them, the Allah, all of them came out and said, yes, there were civilian targets and civilian casualties and injuries.
And the whole refinery.
And Z, I want to tell you, this is what
these Iranians did not
Okay,
do it.
shut up, Andrew. Andrew, shut up. Okay. All right. Look. I'll just make an admission here. One of the biggest problems I have is when people are not upfront and they have fucking narratives. I don't know what it is. It is something about me that the level of manipulation, I cannot fucking stand it. That's why I get really thoroughly annoyed with the Israeli supporters at times. But you people go, if I have to say, at least they're intelligent. Maybe that's what it is. But you guys just flat out lie, and they're very obvious lies, and the narratives are horrible. You guys are absolutely targeting innocent people, and I'm just, it's disgusting that you're sitting here.
Are you worried about Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, Pepe? We're from the same people in the same region.
So I just looked it up,
and
I just looked this up. 14 people killed in the Zohar Industrial District that were civilians. So to deny it, like, again, you're just full of shit. So like,
hold on, you have to understand, like, it's fine when Muslims kill each other. It's a normal thing for them. They don't consider that a step. It's a border. You die for a good reason. It's fine.
It is, Rafi.
You see, I knew. At least one
We
thing
don't
she
need
lies
you to
about.
come and save us. Thank you very much. We can work.
Killing each
can
other
work
and
that way.
It's good.
Alhamdulillah.
I mean, there are few countries, by the way, that Iran did not take.
Again, nobody's going for the neck of Iran from the Arab countries, because they are the reason you exist in the Gulf. That's why. They cannot stand with you. Fuck off. I'm normal.
What language is
Again,
committing
the
genocide
Arab
on right
countries,
now?
even if they play the game, oh, please go hit Iran, finish it off. At the end of the day, they're not going to stand the hand in hand with you on the ground of Iran to invade. That would never happen. And I'm here, and you are here for the next month, for the next year, for the next 10 years, and let's see if me or you going to prove their point.
I mean, there are few countries, by the way.
So Z, I have a question for Z.
Well, look, Iran did not take the responsibility for Oman.
I know.
By the way,
And ask you,
was correct. Saudi Arabia was correct. Oman and Turkey,
I have a question.
countries, Iran did not take the responsibility.
Yeah, they must have bombed themselves.
No, it was the Zionist regime actually.
Of course.
It was not. So Iran did not take the responsibility
Of course.
for Oman and Turkey.
That's what
For
we're
Saudi
back.
Arabia, yes.
To be
Bahrain,
So again, I'm going to stop you here, because again, that's called bullshit, because we can actually see the debris, we can identify.
It happened. It happened.
So stop talking. So Iran bombed Oman. It took fucking civilians.
I
It
put
killed
it
civilians.
in the chat for you, Mike, for Reuters.
So, okay, so you're agreeing with, like, period. That's the end of the discussion. So Z is just batshit crazy, fucking retarded, right?
No, Oman was different than Oman was a strike, but not
Iran can never do anything wrong.
Try to do one at a time. Try, guys.
Hold on, I'm talking with Soren here. So let me have this. So Soren, we're aware of the drones that were used. We're aware of the targeted checks. Like, multiple nations can confirm the strikes. We can see them on satellite imagery. We can.
There's a link in the chat for you, Mike.
I get it. I don't want to have have to read it because I've read enough on it already to kind of know exactly what happened.
That's fine. Then I can't
Okay, so I get everybody's got their favorite journalists out there and going to pull their sources from whatever they want to believe in. But I've read enough. I've seen the satellite images. I look at this.
It did happen. I'm not denying.
Thank you.
It
It wasn't done by Israel. It wasn't done by the fucking U.S. It wasn't done by Spain.
Iran did not take the responsibility for it. At least
Okay, great. They also didn't take responsibility when they shut down a Ukrainian airline
they
either.
did 3 days after. They did 3 days
Okay,
after.
but I mean, at first, did they?
No, they didn't because
Okay, so then we can assume that because they don't want to target or get too pissed off or get too many people pissed off, they may be a little bit disingenuous.
You got a fair point. But
Okay, thank you. Now we can move on to the next part.
All I'm saying is that Iran did not take the responsibility. You might have an argument that said it was definitely Iran. It was exactly when
This is so exhausting. Holy shit.
It was exactly.
It gets paid.
Now you the excuses that we lied about.
So therefore, in 2019, it's the same thing happened in Saudi Arabia. When the half of the Saudi Arabian pool went to the ground, we knew who did it, but no one took the responsibility.
Remember when you used to pretend that you didn't
normal Soren. Hey, Soren, you've been pretty rambling on pretty good. Can you let El Normal jump in for at least a minute and a half, dude? You've taken up like 8 minutes of molesting my earlobe. So at least let El Normal molest the other ear and give him a minute and a half. Please.
So all of these years, this terror organization called Hezbollah, which is run by Iran, has been attacking United States military people for decades. And Iran is I don't know, I didn't do it, Hezbollah did it. And then suddenly, when Israel just wipes them off the face of the planet, Iran goes, oh no, Israel has to stop against Hezbollah. Why? Because Hezbollah is now Iran's, the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps' only hope. The Genocide Corps is running out of missiles. It's running out of capability. They're drafting 12-year-olds. They're surrounding their infrastructure with little kids and women because they've got nothing left in their artillery. They've got nothing left. This is the most pathetic attempt. And then when we say, okay, the Islamic Genocide Corps attacked Oman. No, it didn't. Only the bases. Then we showed them how they hit civilian targets and oil refineries. Well, no, the Zionists did it. Then we say, well, no, we have the Shaheed drones that you guys produced. Well, we didn't take responsibility for it. Like, that's a defense. This is really pathetic. These are the arguments and acts of losers, as is this weird attempt to try to hold the world hostage by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is established international waterway under the law of the sea. And let me tell you, if we let them do this, which we will not, then what about the Strait of Malacca over by Singapore? What about the Strait of Gibraltar between Spain and Morocco? What about the Strait of Taiwan? What would happen if we let them do this? Under no circumstances will this dying regime exercise their less pathetic, desperate hope. They have actually no more military. So, we're going to hold the world hostage. Who do you think is going to let them do
I love your wishful thinking. I love your wishful thinking. It's awesome to see how
no wishful thinking. I'm just reporting on the war.
You are very, very, very.
There's no wishful thinking.
You're so amazing.
I mean, you guys remember in the 12 days war 9 months ago, they said that Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. What was the need? 9 months.
Could you say that word again? Could you say that word again,
You
Sue?
want to obliterate that again?
He can't say it. He doesn't really speak English.
Yeah, obliterated. No, I get it, and that is one of the. I mean, I thought a lot of us thought it was kind of ironic, and that was. I do think, and this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying it's the truth, but I do think that you have Trump, a great ally of Israel. When is the next time Israel will have a super pro Israel president like Trump that will
When
maybe
Marco Rubio is elected in
well, yeah, Marco Rubio.
2028, you just asked the question, I gave you the answer.
Sure,
And we Republicans are going to work our asses off to make sure a Republican is elected in 2028. And I hope you are too, Pepe. And you're going to make sure a Republican stays in the White House.
Hopefully.
I hope everyone in this thing feels that way.
But I do think that Israel is working.
It's not about Israel. It's about a Republican in the White House. You just asked a
Well,
question.
sure. Yeah, no, I know. But I do think, but if I'm looking at Israel's calculation with this, it's like, well, here you have Trump, he's in power. Are they going to try to do what they can do against their greatest threat, which it is, and for Israel, that is their greatest threat, for sure. They absolutely were going to do that, and I do think that, unfortunately, that's not necessarily good for America, number one, because of the unpopularity of it. We're going to have our midterms coming up. I don't know how it's going to work out when it comes to the 2028 elections. And, and I'm not blaming Israel for this, but why the fuck would they care? They're worried about themselves. They're going to use whatever they can do in order to ensure security of the state of Israel.
Because except for Swallow. You forgot Eric is gone now.
Interest is to keep the garbage in the Middle East focused on Israel and to bring it to the West.
Right.
Because as long
This
as
is
the
the Israeli state with the population that's only
shut up for 1 second. Fuck, your voice sounds like you're fucking puberty blockers. But fuck, what's it called? As long as you keep the fucking garbage in the Middle East focused on Israel, it's not bothering the West. So it's not affecting you guys. Because as soon as if there's, God forbid, there will be no Israel, these people are fucking wild, vicious animals. You think they're going to stop at killing each other? They're going to come after you too. Israel's the only thing that's preventing it. It's a phone that they're playing with. In the meanwhile, while Israel's controlling it, he's like the dog trainer, the dog whisperer. Yes, you are funding it, but you're funding it there so it doesn't end up in your fucking backyard.
But here's where I'm going to kind of disagree with you. And when it comes to your biggest critics, we can look at Nixon, Barry Goldwater. We can look at, this is going back decades, and us having an alliance with Israel, which I think we needed. By the way, before the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Because you guys were the one standouts that were on America's side during the Cold War, which at that time, the Soviet Union was absolutely our greatest threat.
And I'm going to break it to you, but Goldwater didn't win. Sorry.
No, I know, but I mean,
just joking.
But that's a great point to bring up this idea that Israel is trying to contain the expansion of the violence of the Middle East and Lebanon and all that. That's exactly what happened. Hold on. That's exactly what happened during the Vietnam War. No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Please continue.
But okay, so our partnership, though, inevitably, this is where I get really annoyed when I have to hear otherwise. You guys know you've always fucking hated you. Absolutely fucking hated. And us having an alliance with you makes them hate us. That is absolutely a fact.
They hated us before that. It's regardless of our alliance to Israel. They hated us before that.
Yes, our neighbors don't hate us because you're with us. Our neighbors hate you and hate us because you haven't converted or you haven't converted.
Because you're a thief and a murderer.
It's called either you convert or you convert by the sword.
Okay, no.
That's not true, Rafi.
There's an element of that. We're not a group of people living.
Hold on, that's not true, Rafi. So again, I've been sharing a report that details the radical Islamic terrorist attacks. The overwhelming majority of them happened when we invaded, or the British has invaded, or we've invaded. We're not invading or fucking with people. They rarely ever happen, bro.
Unless a lot of people get started in Africa. So hold on. Let me ask a different question. So what are they doing right now in the African regions? How are they
fucking slaughtering the Christians if they're not converting? What are they doing to those villages?
Yeah, they're burning them in cages. They're also taking the South Sudanese
Yes, if they're not, if
facilities.
Yeah, but a lot of your Arab allies in the Middle East are now shut the fuck up, Rich. A lot of your Arab allies in the Middle East are literally funding and supporting the fucking terrorists that are killing the Christian Africans, which nobody gives a shit about.
Yeah, that's one too. Another thing on that report, and I post a link in the chat. One of the things it highlights is that if this was, it's more about politics than it is about religion, because you don't see Sudan, you don't see Pakistan. I forgot the other countries, heavily populated, 90% more populated Muslim countries. You just don't see terrorism come from. It's only from the countries that they go with.
730,000 people have died in the last year in Sudan. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Real quick. Let's put the goalpost back in its place. Again, we're talking about being a threat to America. That's what the conversation is.
They're all the military. They're all fucking dirt poor.
So you say so let me take about Pakistan. So Pakistan was not a fully 100% Muslim country when it started 50 years, like 1947. So there's been a genocide that's happening since then. The U.S. turns a blind eye to it, and that's their politics. What I wanted to say also is, Bin Laden was found in Pakistan. They harbor terrorists. So how can you say they're not, part of the whole terrorist network? The heck.
Okay, and it's the same Bin Laden. We had a wonderful relationship. Right after we used them up for what we needed, just like Saddam Hussein, and then we fucking made enemies, stabbed them in the back, and fucking made them into enemies.
Listen, Pakistan is harbors terrorists.
What I'm saying is that you don't see aggression towards America unless we're actively fighting.
But when it comes to Pakistan and India, that was more internal. And then we can look at like Pakistan and Bangladesh and the whole bullshit there. But like even when my dad was, or not my dad, my grandfather was there before it was Pakistan in World War II. But like all of this shit, like I don't see imperialism or the West having anything whatsoever to do with the splits that you are seeing amongst the Muslim and Hindu and whatever religions in India.
Yeah, it was not. It was the majority of Hindus. It wasn't their idea to have Pakistan split. That was the Muslims' idea. And not only that, they named their capital Islamabad, and then not only that, they used the D-Day that was used in World War II to basically kill all the Hindus and every other religious minority within Pakistan. So if that's not terrorism, then I don't know what's.
I mean, even like Kashmir, they still. I don't know if they're still doing this, but up until 15 years ago, I know Kashmir was a state, an Indian state, if I recall correctly, where you still had a lot of this violence that was going on. It was like the Islamic terrorist stronghold within the nation of India, and we can look at the Bombay attacks. That was probably 18 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. And not only that, Yep, that one. And then 28/11.
Don't forget about the Moscow attack too. What was that? 114 people killed. Something crazy.
What, in the 90s?
Recently, Moscow.
That was.
Yeah. But with Russia, it becomes kind of different because that becomes a whole lot more political when it comes to Dagestan and Chechnya. There's a lot of internal violence even amongst their own groups of Muslims.
Yeah, but Pakistan considers Israel an enemy and India an enemy. And here's the thing: India might not be allies, friends with the U.S. Formally, but we have good relations. You know what I mean? We maintain good relations and we agree on principles that we're against terrorism and stuff like that. So there is a good thing, and plus Israel has a really good relationship with the U.S.
I just posted from Quran.com verse, so you can read it in the chat. I mean, the Islamists who follow it, the typical ones, will do this. And if you're under Islamic law, which all these radicals right now are taking over the governments and forcing them this religion down their throat, they're breeding and they're indoctrinating the next generation of this bullshit, and they will act out on it at one point.
Oh my God!
Yes, thank you.
Who would have ever thought that? Oh my God! Yeah, and see, you know what's really funny is that for 1,400 years, you guys have been fucking conquering and slaughtering. Shut your Muslim mouth for a sec. Okay, I'm just gonna send you to the audience like a good Christian should, and so. No, the reality is though is that
As if you're a Christian.
yeah, I'm not a Christian. But here's the funny thing though is that you get the three, like, okay, the Abrahamic faiths. Okay, one doesn't proselytize, obviously Jews, and then two proselytize for sure, and then you get. Jesus, if I was to look at it through an atheist perspective, he's just like this hippie, this renegade, he got killed for being a fucking hippie and a renegade. But then you have another guy who was a brutal fucking warlord. And of course, that's Muhammad. And he raped little girls.
They praise him.
Yes, he's a horrible person. Nothing nice about him. But then
basically satanic, and they all praise him. That's the fuck up. He was a pillager. He was a rapist.
Yes, okay, you don't have to convince me.
I don't know, that's a holy God.
That is basically the fundamental difference if we look between Christians and Muslims. If Muslims have jihad, once Islam enters every home, there's no longer jihad. We need Sharia law everywhere. It's, they obviously, they cannot fucking stand people. This is the weird thing. I see this within Christianity a little bit, where it's like if you're a Jew, they get really, or not a Jew, excuse me, a Christian, they get really annoyed when they see a Jew that does not believe what they believe, and they're like, God, you guys are so fucking sick, and they just kind of rage a little bit at Jews. But then with like Muslims, it's almost like it's far more common. And then it's kind of like how they think they should remedy it. And it's just like, oh yeah, we'll just fucking kill you. I mean, that's that.
Yeah. I want to add, so they have a hadith that says they breed a lot, and then when they're like less than like 5 or 10% of the population, they'll follow the laws of the land. When they're slightly more, like 15-20%, now they ask special permission only for Muslims, not other faiths, not other religions. Only Muslims get special permission, like, halal meat or whatever it is. And then only like praying time, from work and stuff like that. And then when they get to like 35% of the population, 30-35%, that's when they take out the swords and all out Allah jihad. This isn't the hadiths. So this is what they're doing. This is what they did in India. This is how Pakistan population broke out, because they exploded population and then they start attacking when they're certain percentage, and that's what
they're even doing this in Japan.
Japan has been kicking them out though, because they start to do, and this is the one thing that's thoroughly annoyed me, is when they do these rug takeovers. Okay, like you see these diaper heads roll out rugs in the middle of the fucking street and the sidewalks, and they start bowing and praying, and it's just like, it's obvious they're just doing this to assert their dominance. Like, hey, motherfuckers, watch this. I'm going to pray, stop you from doing what you're doing, and do a goddamn thing about it, because we're going to call you Islamophobic, and that's that. And they do it, but watching Japan just fucking round these shitheads up and just deport them, I think that's amazing. I do think that needs to happen. And like, there should be zero tolerance.
They did steal a lot of it from the Jews. The Jews will make themselves look ugly and, all messy and stuff like that when they're fasting. The Muslims do the same thing. Go around a Muslim when they're during fucking Ramadan. And
I don't know.
Did you know I'm fasting?
Okay, and I would tell them to fuck off. They're not obstructing. As long as they don't obstruct the roadways.
Don't
Okay,
do
but the
anybody your
difference
back.
is I
Don't
get
pray in
smacked.
public.
Okay, but if a Jew is like being obnoxious and obstructing my path, I get smacked and that's that. And but I would have to worry about getting stabbed or something horrible. That's just how these people operate. They do not.
They're low IQ Bedouin idiots.
I mean, because of how you portray them, the most growing religion in the world as we speak is Islam.
I know, you guys, I know, because you guys are. Can you imagine? Okay, shut up, Rich. Can you imagine all of these scared? Imagine all of these scared third world people, and I'm not saying this as a pejorative when I say third world. When I talk about like Africa in particular. Everybody associates Africa with death, disease, famine.
Whole countries.
Shut the fuck up, Rich. And so when we see a bunch of black people killing each other, it tends not to be that relatable in Asia, and basically in the rest of the fucking world. We kind of think of them all as being savages. That's where our mind goes. Whether you're liberal or not, that's where our mind goes. But the reality is that you see these people, and I've seen the fucking videos over the last couple of months. You see these largely sub-Saharan African jihadists. You have these working men. They're at a construction site or something like that, and they just come up and gun, fucking kill them. And it's just like these guys aren't worried.
Like you get paid to do it. They kill each other more than anybody else. They killed 650,000 Arabs in Syria. And that was all the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. They killed 50,000 Arabs. You may be quick growing, but you're killing each other faster than you're growing. They killed 350,000 black Arabs in Yemen. They can't stop slaughtering each other. They attack neutral nations. They kill each other. They just, I don't know what it is. They just love killing each other. And then when we point it out, they say, oh yeah, it's okay if we kill each other. We just don't like it if you kill us. Then they cry victim. I mean, I mean, Indonesia is the most Muslim populated in the world.
Yeah, but even General Jack. But hold on. Here's the funny thing: is that this was back in the very early 1900s in World War I.
You're not Muslim. They kill you.
Well, hold on.
85% of Muslims are in Asia.
Okay. All right. Shut up. So even General Jack Pershing, you can look him up. General Jack Pershing, he had said there was two things that he said about in World War I, which were rather revealing, and they had a lot to do with the future. Now, for those of you that did not like Nazi Germany, he said that his biggest regret, after World War I, was that he did not put American troops on the ground because he felt like the Germans would begin invading their neighbors again, which absolutely happened. But he did make one quote, and this is going to be very Islamophobic, and I'm so sorry, but this is what he said. He said that Islam to man is what rabies is to a dog, and we literally had to. We had a what was it? The 38 special. It was the round we used in our sidearms in the U.S. military, and they had to change to the 1911 45 caliber rifle, which is a much heavier bullet and has stopping power. And one of the main reasons is that in the Philippines, they had to, the U.S. soldiers had to face human weight charges where they would wrap themselves with wet bamboo and they would do charges with machetes. And the bullets might end up killing them ultimately, but not before they could hack, a U.S. service member to death. It did very well documented. I mean, I'll just say, you can look at and for those of you that are like not Jewish or not, let's just say you're just
right. So wait, what are you?
Shut up. Those of us that are just like let's just say, of European ancestry, that is not Jewish, what has the history of Islam been with Europe? It's been one of them conquering and then upselling them. That's literally the relationship of Islam and Christians. We've never gotten along. We're natural enemies. And, any of this, kumbaya bullshit, because we might both have, like, a problem with the Jews. It's retarded. I mean, the Jews are, to be fair, the Jews are a lot less threatening than they are. Like, the Jews, I would say, can be, I'm sorry to the Jews in here, like a pain in the ass. But the Muslims are like a threat to our fucking existence. Like,
Is Papa?
No.
How do you believe in, since you don't believe in Jesus and God the Father, obviously?
I do.
Pepe, don't worry. The Jews say the same thing about the other Jews. They just don't usually say it
I'm
publicly.
just kidding.
We are fucking annoying.
I'm confused about something. Someone said Indonesia has no problems going on. So someone would have to explain the conflict that's been ongoing with Papua New Guinea and the New Guineans, or whatever they're calling themselves. What's been going on over there since the 1960s, which is still going on today.
Horribly bloody, Ray.
Public horribly. Papua New Guinea is highly tribal and with very. Imagine like.
My point was that Indonesia has no conflicts. It's completely Muslim.
No, that's not what I said.
It's at peace. It's at peace, but I would argue that there seems to be a large separatist movement that's been going on since the 60s.
It's like they're Native Americans. It's like they're Native Americans versus the Islamic Indonesians. The Papua New Guineans. They are. These are people who didn't, like, even up until like but a few decades ago, did not have contact with the outside world.
What's happening as we speak in Papua? I'll be there actually. Tentacles are happening here. So there's a territorial dispute between these two countries. It's got nothing to do with Islam. Indonesia.
Oh, that is bullshit.
Oh, they're very violent, but it has nothing to do with
No. For any of you, no. Sorry. I'm sorry.
East Timor.
Yeah, East Timor, which is really funny. They're the country that became the most Christian per capita almost overnight because they disagreed to whatever, their rule, basically out of revolt from the Muslims. But I won't go there. But when it comes
to Chinese people over there,
but we're gonna act like, hold on, we're gonna act like the Muslims have never been anything but malevolent, disgusting, fucking double-crossing dictators wherever they have come into power. That is, to say otherwise is bullshit. Your religion, shut your fucking mouth. Your religion is disgusting. Okay, your religion, hold on. Your religion is one of terror. And people will say this is Islamophobic. But the reality is, though, is that your religion, it literally supports fucking terror. And we're supposed to be told that it's Islamophobic to fucking say this. That is your fucking religion. Your religion is absolutely fucking everything about it. Your prophet is disgusting. There's nothing redeemable about your fucking religion. But we're supposed to pretend like all religions are the fucking same. They're not. Okay, when did Jesus rape a fucking 9-year-old and fucking kill people, slit their throats, take concubines as fucking war trophies? They didn't do any of that. Okay, but with your religion, that is exactly what you do. And we see the people that are strictest adherents to your religion. They do that backwards bullshit.
No, the problem is that when you talk about... I want to make two comments. Hold on. Number one, I want to go to Brad's comment regarding Indonesia. Even putting aside the territorial conflict, and some of it is religious related, but Indonesia itself is becoming rapidly radicalized in terms of the Islamic country. So it is going in the opposite direction in terms of being
let's call it a softer Muslim country. That is really not the case. If you would have visited Indonesia 15 years ago, and you go back look at it right now, you will see most women are covered in chador or whatever they cover themselves with. And so Indonesia is becoming radicalized in an Islamic way fairly quickly, and we see a lesser of same kind of idea or behavior in Turkey as well too.
Do you think the Turkish population, though, do you think, is that happening to the Turkish? I know when it comes to Erdogan.
More and more, Pepe.
Let me just make last comment. We all, again, what I'm going to say is a cliche, probably we all know about it. Seriously, we have a clash of civilization between the West and the Muslims. And it is a menacing ideology that is propagating, permeating through our societies, which are secular, representative democracy, and culturally, we're absolutely on the opposite side of the kind of the spectrum. So this menacing ideology, what I call Islamic ideology, ought to be stopped, pushed back, perhaps eliminated, which I know is impossible to do. But this is a serious business. I mean, the intrusion of these people and their ideas in Europe, particularly in Germany, I don't know if you've been to Berlin, Germany.
What happened in the once doesn't exist anymore.
Shut up.
Well, let me land with this very quickly. Where was I with this? So anyway, it is a clash of civilization. We must say no, and for the reason that you all know. So it's a serious business in terms of these two cultures. They're just not compatible. It just does not work. It has never worked.
I agree 100%. This is where I've had the same sentiment for the last several years. When it comes to Europe, I believe that almost all of the Muslims are going to probably have to leave. When it comes to the United States, we have maybe just over 1% of our population is Muslim. I would cap it at basically that. And for any ideologue or extremist that exists amongst them, fuck out expediently. Like we don't play with them.
Okay, look, and you talk about Indonesia. He said that 15 years ago, when you were walking.
Oh Jesus Christ! We're talking about Europe. First of all, I don't care about those. I care about Europe. Okay, look at where all of Western civilization comes from, okay? All of the advancements that have literally, over the last 500 years, that have allowed everybody fucking world to flourish, came out of the fucking West. And we have you fucking third world, mud-worshipping fucking Muhammad, I'll just stop myself. We have to pretend like we need you fucking people. That is bullshit. That is absolute fucking bullshit. In fact, if there's anything, and quite frankly, for the last 20 years, at least the Saudis have been very transparent about this. When it comes to Muslim countries, and particularly their own, when it comes to the lack of ingenuity and they produce nothing. They have to have foreigners fucking do everything for them. They're fucking worthless.
Okay, look.
What is your religion? What great advancements have you seen over the last 500 years? And I said 500 fucking years. Okay, not 2,000. What? Well, it couldn't be 2,000, but 1,400. But the last 500.
Okay.
What have you guys given to civilization besides fucking warfare?
They were saying phone that you've got in your hands, but actually,
no, you dumb motherfuckers did not invent anything when it comes to the phone. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not here to defend the Muslims, but
I'm starting to sound like the blacks now.
This is not the actual. We're talking about the Indonesia says that people are covered up today compared to 15 years ago. So what?
First of all, you're talking about the goddamn Indonesians. No, shut fucking mouth. I'm talking about you fucking apes in the Middle East. Okay, I'm talking about you people, the core of Muslims. Okay, where Islam stems from. What happened to your fucking culture after Islam? You know what's really funny is that when it comes to discovering relics throughout the world, you can discover like ancient coins, whether they're gold or whatever. silver.
Dude, there's Islamic.
And then hold on. You all of a sudden, once you see North Africa gets invaded by these Muslim hordes, you see all of a sudden trade stops. You no longer find each other's coins being used in each other's countries.
But can I ask you a general question? I understand. I'm American citizen.
Let him land first.
I didn't see him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you guys. Okay, the reality is that Islam has equaled stunted growth wherever you go. Muslim countries are the most backwards, both when it comes to innovation, when it comes to even human rights. Because, quite frankly, your religion is incompatible with human rights. Now, I get it. You guys want to stone a woman to death for cheating on her husband, which, maybe if that was my wife, maybe I would even be down for it. I don't know. But but at the end of the day, there's this very primitive, barbaric, impulse that your religion gives into. That I will just say, I was raised Catholic. I'm not very Christian. That our church absolutely goes. They do not allow it. And a lot of people today, even on the right, the Christian right, they'll say the Pope sucks. He's against war. Okay, but you kind of forget the church is against human suffering and wars and all. In other words, we're not really mean, or at least adherent Catholics. They don't want to do this kind of shit. I, on the other hand, I'm a little bit different, but I don't know. Your religion is fucking disgusting. Everything about your religion is disgusting. And quite frankly, even if we look at the secular world, whether it's in East Asia, which is rather secular. No, we can look at East Asia. We can look at the Nordic region.
America.
The Nordic region.
You don't even execute a president.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
But this hatred that you have, is it only toward Islam or is it toward Muslims too?
It's towards the people that believe what they believe. I was blessed in my personal life that the Muslims I've known have been really nice people, very honest people. But
because if you have it, you are.
No, shut the fuck up. But here's what's also very annoying is that we are told that because good people exist, that the group ideology is not necessarily bad, especially for our group. Okay, yes, when it comes to Islam, it is an essential fucking threat to the West. And mark my words, when it comes to people who talk about American civil wars, I think that the civil wars that will literally happen first will happen in Europe because of Muslims. They shut your fucking sand nigger mouth for a second, dude. Holy shit. They literally, okay, when you see first of all, look at who the mayors are of a lot of these cities. You can say whatever you want about what any fucking group, except for the Muslims and some of the minorities. To me, I actually think it will snowball. You're going to get countries that are going to end up having very violent internal battles between their Muslim minorities, and then it's going to kick off, and other countries are going to start doing the same. We're just not compatible.
I agree with you. I think the important distinction that was brought up is the separation between the people and the ideology. It's not the people, as we've seen countless times throughout history, where in World War II, Germans were arrested by viral evil ideology, and now Germany. Same with Japan in the 1940s. the rape of Nanking, kamikazes, and now Japan is pretty chill. It's leadership. It always comes from the top down. It's not the people. It's the
leader is Muhammad.
Okay, but this is where I have to be very honest with you. Is that you have a religion. Now, the religion of the Japanese is that their emperor meant everything. They were willing to die for their emperor. They have a very strong honor shame society where they cannot bring shame upon their family. If the emperor is to ask them to do something, they would do it. Now, with Muslims, you have a much different thing there where I'm going to be quite honest with you. I do think there are good people that are Muslims, but I do not think that you can be a Muslim, a devout Muslim, and a good person. That's my personal opinion.
So, David, let me take an attack.
Yeah, but David, the rabies is Islam. That's what I'm just saying, Ali. He said a dog without rabies is good. Yeah, from a Muslim. So their God is a fucking disgusting, child-raping fucking pedophile who fucking slaughtered people. And they follow him. And he's the eternal fucking perfect person.
You say the same thing about the Christian God. The Christian God slaughtered a shit ton of people.
So NT.
So NT. In the Bible where it says to go kill people.
Yeah, so again, you can say the same
where Jesus says go kill people.
Okay, so again, you can say the same thing about the Christian Bible too, because God has slaughtered a shit ton.
New Testament,
there's remedies. Again, the Ten Commandments are in the Old Testament. It doesn't make them any less relevant. The point is, the Christian God has done some heinous shit. There's verses in the Bible that say if a woman doesn't save her virginity for her husband, the remedy is stoning to death. Unruly children should be stoned to death. The Bible condones that if a man gets caught raping a woman, he's got to pay her father 50 shekels and she must marry him.
Hey,
you can't
divorce her. How is that applicable? Because the temple doesn't exist.
So shut up, Rich.
What I'm saying, Rich. What I'm saying is,
it doesn't equate today, though.
You look at all these, even in Talmud, I got to shit my fucking PTR.
Yeah, Talmud shit.
Talks about penetrating a 3-year-old fucking girl, man. All these.
It doesn't actually say that about it.
We'll check my PTR. Actually, check my PTR.
Okay, but Sig, the big problem. Okay, shut up, Rich. The big though is that when it comes to all of this, when it comes to the New Testament, in other words, after Jesus, obviously Jesus changed a lot of things, and so a lot of the things that were advocated before Jesus are not. They're not. Yes, they're part of the story, but it's not what a Christian would advocate for now.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Jesus.
If you're talking about the God having disgusting characteristics, again, someone who's a pedophile, once they've committed the act of pedophilia, it doesn't matter if they change or not. We still look at them as fucking disgusting and fucking.
Well, no, sure.
Can I ask you a good question? Hold on, let me ask you a good question. If you read the story of King David, and you question this, right? King David did some pretty bad shit. I mean, he cheated with Bathsheba, then he had her husband killed, right? And he did things that we would look at and we would say that's not a good thing for someone who's our leader or our king to do. But the story, the way we studied it, is all about his repentance and the prophet Nathan talking to him and him learning about doing the wrong thing and repenting and confessing his sins. And like you read about that in the Bible. So I think maybe that's the distinction that maybe the Bible, the Old Testament teaches us about wrongdoers and how you turn your life around and how you confess your sin and you become a better person. So I guess, I don't disagree with you that it's full of stories of some rough stuff, but it's also full of stories of how you take that and turn it into good, if that makes any sense.
No, and I hear what you're saying, and that's good in theory, it's good on paper, but again, you're not going to use that same logic when
wants to become a teacher at your kid's school now. You know what I'm saying? Like a convicted pedophile, and he committed the crime 15 years ago. Like,
but I think your point was though is that the Bible taught that what that guy did was something he had to repent for, and it was an evil.
Well, no, pedophilia is punishable by death. So is adultery. That's why I laugh when I hear all the Jews that are like into gay shit and like been divorced and married and all that. And I'm like, you realize when the third temple's built that you're going to be under that, and they can kill you. Just good luck.
Okay, you're not Catholic or Orthodox, so you're not a real Christian. So.
Okay,
you have your fucking Ayatollah, Pepe.
Let me just. I want to answer David's question in terms of talking about the Muslims in general. So here's the situation. Now, I may not be completely on mark regarding the numbers that I'm talking about. It's estimated between 10 or 20% of the Muslims are seriously radical Muslims. And also you have to keep in mind, so we take 10, if you want to take 10%, we're talking about a population of 2 billion people. We're talking about 200 million Muslims. They are fully, completely committed to the religion, and they are radical Muslims. And that is why you get this results of basically the terrorist activity in the world in the last, I would say, 50, 60 years, predominantly to the right word. 99.9% of the Muslims that are prolonged this stuff.
I'm sorry, what's your shit? If I'm coming to my religion,
hold on, shut up, let him finish.
What's that fuck?
Shut your African ass up.
Okay, you dumb faggot, you're going to the audience. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That's number one. I lost my train of thought here. Now, the others...
Majority wars, you said. Terrorism.
Majority, yes. Majority is an understatement here. Now, when a terrorist activity commits an act of terror in Europe and in the US, the other Muslims, the peaceful ones, they're actually happy about it. We have clips, we have videos of the Muslims who were seriously celebrated in masses in various countries when 9/11 occurred and many other occasions of terrorist activities, larger scale terror activities by the Muslims. We see the rest of them are happy. And I'm not saying the entire Muslim population, but certainly a majority of them. David, I'm really responding to your comment.
Thank you.
You have a religion that at its heart is fundamentally the concept of jihad, which means fight, struggle, and you've got an external jihad, which is Muslims against everyone else. Then you have internal jihad, which a Muslim kind of has a struggle against the evil thoughts and trying to do right things, not committing sin and the rest of it. But when you have a religion that it has that idea, in the entirety, that is a menacing ideology. I don't think even Hitler, even Nazis were thinking that way. So in a sense, it is core, the concept of jihad is a core idea in their way of thinking. So that's all I just wanted to respond to your assertion that we are the few terrorists here and that stuff.
I agree 100%.
I tend to agree. If you allow me to respond, I tend to agree. I want to pose the question to the group, because we've been down this road, America, in trying to stamp out an ideology. It started with communism and the Cold War, and we saw how that played out. We got embroiled into a 20 years war with Vietnam that didn't work out and didn't do anything to stop communism.
Are you telling? No, it did work out because we stomped out the Soviet Union. I mean, we literally crushed. In the Cold War, we won.
That's the brainwashing of America. They're really good at that. But in general, right?
So in general, are you saying that communism was a good thing and then us loving Muslims is a good thing?
No, not at all. That's conflating my point. What I want to say, though, is we did fight this. We attempted to fight this idea of terrorism, but insofar as it's an idea, it's impossible to eradicate. You can bomb Iran tomorrow, and it's going to just pop up, and you're playing whack-a-mole. So I want to pose to the group a question. How do you kill an idea? You're not going to stop it. The only way to win, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is to perhaps present people with a more appealing ideology, more appealing way of thinking.
Yeah, but
you can't kill them to get rid of
people weaponize ideology, and that's the biggest problem.
No.
You seem to hate communists, and you seem to weaponize your.
The only country that weaponized the ideology was.
I just let Rafi speak. Let Rafi speak.
So the problem is with Islam, it's not the people. Some people want to get away with it. A lot of people are leaving Islam. They're opening up their eyes. They're understanding. So again, there's people that are joining Islam. These are the uneducated ones, usually from jails, prisons. They're lost and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people that were born in it, and they see the actual, because again, they weren't forced. They were just raised in it, and they say, no, this is not for me. I don't believe they have Western friends, everything. They start to have Westernized lifestyles and everything in that matter. So the problem with Islam is the leaders that are running those countries that are allowing the call for the prayers in the middle of the fucking days, that are pushing that agenda amongst the population, that are indoctrinating, the ones that are fucking forcing religion in the education programs. Like, you don't force Christianity in America on children, even though it's a Christian nation. You know, like in public schools, you're learning your math. They're forcing religion. That is the biggest problem. It is the leaders that you need to switch. Like, the problem is, Iran is a perfect example.
That was my point.
Most Iranians, they're atheists. They know that their religion is shit because they were imprisoned by the people. They saw it because they had a little bit of freedom in their life, and then the fucking mullahs came in, this fucking alhamdulillah, fucking pushed religion on the people, and the people were getting choked by it. After you get freedom and you get forced to go back to jail, you want to be free again.
But
that's what happened with Iran. That's the biggest problem with Iran. They had freedom. Yeah, who's saying my name?
Yeah, I was going to say, Rafi, are you familiar with the huge fight? Hold on, let me ask Rafi a question. Christians have been for decades trying to push their religion into the public school system. There's a huge battle with pushing the creationism into school. That was a huge fucking battle.
I agree with you. In modern days, the leaders that you have in power, they can push, they can promise this, but you don't have it at the end of the day. You don't have it in your public schools.
Yeah, but
in your Chicago schools, in New York, you don't have that.
Yeah, but it's a constant fight. Here's the thing too. We definitely have it ingrained in our politics. You understand, if you try to run for a public office as an atheist, you're dead in the water, bro.
Of course,
zero traction.
Of course, you have that Christian vote, but it means absolutely fucking nothing at the end of the day for the politics and actual internal politics in America. Nobody's fucking forcing you to go hide eggs around fucking on Eastern America so that.
Now, why do you think Roe v. Wade was overturned?
So, like, again, you don't.
Because it didn't concern constitutional. I mean, you really don't want to go down that road. It's not a religious discussion.
Oh, 100% it's religious. Yeah, it was a Christian right back in that. Yeah, that's 100% religious. Yeah.
Are you talking about the legal reason it was reversed?
Well, no, we're talking about the push forward.
No. Abby's talking about the reason why it was overturned.
It doesn't matter. It was unconstitutional for like 40, 50 years.
You brought me up with that one, Sig.
Yeah, we're talking about the push to ban to ban abortion. Period. That's coming from the Christian right. Yeah, same.
It existed for 40 years, and no one questioned it until the conservative resurgence started pushing for it. Regardless if it was unconstitutional, why didn't they figure that shit out for 40 years since the 70s?
They've been trying to. There's been case after case trying to get cert to get it reversed. And it wasn't until the court composition changed that they got certiorari on it.
I think the point is to reinforce what Sig said, that the fabric of the United States makes it so that a person cannot be atheist and have a chance to run for government.
But look at Mandani. How did Mandani get elected in New York as a Muslim?
Yeah, but that's the point. New York is some type of religion.
Do you think any religion, Sig?
Yeah. Because you even hear it in the council on Clubhouse, Abby, is, who gets the most shit is that? It's the atheist. Because you guys will say, well, at least you believe in something, and you guys will give each other the thumbs up. But once you declare an atheist, oh man, you're fucking death worshiping, baby blood drinking, fucking heathen sinner.
So Abby, I would say, there's several African cardinals that I would say I've heard push this the most, that the more you become irreligious, the more Islam is going to take over. And they're an absolute peril to your survival. And basically, there is. I do think that like with what Sig is saying, that is important.
But the cases Pepe recently, I mean, we have a conservative court. So we had a whole bunch of religious cases that kind of came down boom, boom, boom in the last couple of years. Back to being able to pray, the prayer before the football, the religious flag in the square. I mean, it was just like one after another that gave more religious expression than taking away the religion in the public square.
I agree with that.
That's a conservative court. I mean,
yes, and I agree with that.
I'm not saying I don't disagree with it either, but that's a conservative court, and that was the change of the judges. Basically, if those cases were heard with the court 10 years ago, I don't think they would turn the same way.
Now, may I ask the Lord kindly to let someone from the other side or the perspective to respond about the shit that have just been said?
Yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead. I'll leave.
I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, Ebi, I like you. You're a very friend of mine in this app, and I really respect you. But respectively, you say that what's said in your religion, which is Christianity, which is to teach us about the faults of the ex-prophets or ex-leaders did. Well, I'm sorry, but they did it in the name of religion. They did it in the name of they are unmistakable people. However, they did shits. That's number one. Number two, Ali, I don't expect something different than what you say because you're ex-Muslims. But what are you going to say about Islam? What about the people who converted to
tell me why did Mustafa the homosexual have any who gave Mustafa the homosexual rights?
I'm not listening.
Okay, great. Listen, stop the 2-year-old fucking tactic. We'll moderate the stage. Hey, dude, chill for a second. Dude,
okay,
chill.
thank you. Shut up. Thank you. Okay.
He shut up.
Yeah, he's shut up. Oh, wait a minute, Master. He's trying to moderate.
Whoa, dude.
He's trying to help you out, bro.
Will you please control the room? Thank you. Ali, I don't know what...
Bro, that's not how we roll here. Again, read the fucking rules of the room. When a mod is trying to moderate, everybody goes on mute. Brad, you get...
Yeah, listen here, dipshit. I don't really give a shit what you say. But, I was getting clear so you could have your spot. Someone tell me to shut up. Don't tell me to do anything when you're asking me for fucking help moderating your own fucking space. Because whatever you're saying isn't going to fucking make any sense. And you just want to get your fucking radical point off and somehow get some fucking relief like you're jerking yourself off with a pair of tweezers. Now I'll bring you back up to say your shit, but then just come up and say it. Don't act like a cry. And don't give me the 2-year-old fucking stance of I'm not going to listen. My daughters did that shit when they were 2 and 3. Act like a grown fucking man on the stage, alright?
Okay, bring the diaper head up so he can speak.
Which one was it?
He's got the Egyptian profile, Master. Come on up, Master. Yeah, let me find him.
Thank you. I didn't see that it was a mod, but I'm not here to buy something Viking. I completely disagree with you. You know that, but personal, okay? So please don't act as you're my teacher. Thank you. So, Ali, I don't know where you get these percentages from, but as you say that I'm ex-Muslim and I'm proud of that, please, there are so many people converted to Islam and convinced about that. Okay? As for who's saying about Irani shits and Allahu Akbar, Alhamdulillah, and all these things, well, I'm committed to my religion, and it doesn't mean that I'm radical. And if American people are committed to Christianity for real, well, if you're talking about committed about your religions, then please check your lifestyle, which is completely different than the religion. I'm not attacking you, but it's a matter of fact. So people in Iran are committed to their country and loyal to their country. It doesn't mean that they are radical.
You're so full of shit. You fucking faggot. Just jump off the fucking bridge.
Please. Look at the weapon in Japan. I was a Muslim. Were Hitler Muslim or something? Were Putin a Muslim when he converted to Ukraine? So you're talking about what? You're talking about
so many shits that happened in the world in the name of religions, and in the name of Christianity, and in the name of other things different than Muslims, and yet you blame Islam as Muslim. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me take this.
Can we let Ali respond on the?
He was attacked by Rafi. You can go after Ali.
Rafi, let Ali react because he doesn't know what Ali's saying.
I'll be quick, I promise. Mr. Egyptian, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Number one, I'm not an apostate from Islam, so you're wrong about that. Number two, my views on Islam, it evolved and matured in the last, I would say, 15 years, based on what I saw, what was going on in Europe, what was going on in the Middle East. And so in a sense, and what I read, actually, learning more about Quran and the, again, menacing ideology of Islam, Sharia laws, the fatwas, the honor killings, the stuff in Quran, all hadith stuff, it's a horribly bad religion. So I made up my mind that I'm going to do my best in places like this to educate the best I can, the baby blue-eyed Americans, some Europeans who participate in these rooms, they have absolutely about what this menacing ideology is all about. So I think some of the people on the stage probably maybe directly or indirectly trying to do the same thing, same kind of what I'm doing in terms of having these dialogues and pointing out at what Muslims, radical Muslims, they're doing in the form of terrorism and many other things, actually doing it to themselves. Actually, it's an ordinary Muslim individual probably more terrorized, probably Europeans and Americans. And that's all I wanted to tell you. And let me tell you one other thing. I talked about the clashes of civilization. I'll tell you what, probably the place that this clash of civilization actually is at its height is between Israel and the Muslim countries around it. That is the burning point of the clash of civilization. We have to do everything that we can to help Israel to take a stand against this. And then somebody said actually in Europe, we probably will have a civil war in a sense that the intrusion of Islamic ideology and immigration into those countries becoming so big, so momentous, that actually what is it called? The natives of European countries will take off and will say, look, we are not going to accept this. It's going to be a civil war and it's going to be bloody. That's all I wanted to say. Hopefully this is helpful for you to understand where I'm coming from. Thank you.
I like your way of talking. I respect that. Have you seen honor killing in the Quran?
Give him a chance to respond. Yeah, give him a chance to respond, and then Rafi can go after it.
Thank you so much. Ali, okay, you said I'm talking about based on knowledge of verses of Quran and all the things, okay, respectively, but it's about how you see it. It is not about how you implement it, or I'm really sure so many horrible things took place in the name of Islam. But at the same time, so many horrible things have been made or done in the name of Christianity or Judaism. So it's not fair to just attack Muslims who are taking the Islam as a frame for their horrible action in the name of Islam, Allahu Akbar, Alhamdulillah, and all the things, and they bomb them.
Okay, but you're confident. You guys are the only ones today. Okay, Jews do not kill, at least openly. Christians, hold on. They do not. Can you tell me about terrorist attacks that occurred in the name of Judaism or Christianity? But in fact, let's just stick to Christianity.
No, but both don't strap.
But we don't.
Neither religion don't strap.
But Papi, you're missing the biggest point.
It's in the text, brother. It's in the text. Go and see your scriptures.
Hold on.
Everything is there.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to finish. You said you're a good Muslim and you follow Islam, correct? Something you said in that you're not an extremist.
I didn't say that. I can't praise myself.
Netanyahu is reading the description why he's killing the Palestinians.
You're gonna have to wait your turn.
I didn't finish my point, but however you interrupted. Okay.
I just want to ask you. You made a statement really quickly before I forget it, because I already forgot. I want you to repeat it. You said you follow Islam. You're a good Islam, but you're not a radical or something like that. You made something in that kind of statement. Can you repeat that statement, please? When you started speaking to Ali at the beginning.
It really says that I'm committed to my religion, but it doesn't.
Correct, you're committed. That's the great word. That's right. You're committed to your religion. Perfect. Thank you. So now let me ask you
what's the problem in that?
It's not well, the problem. I'll tell you what is the problem. So if
you're committed to your religion, whatever it means, you are a terrorist.
Hold on. When I'm committed to something and I see something wrong, I call it out. So now my question is, when you see your Islamists doing fucking terrorist acts, I don't think I ever seen you fucking call them out. And by you saying
the word X, what do you say the word ever? Because I only speak hold
on, don't get angry. So when we speak on all the bad traits, you get angry and you start speaking out against it because you don't want to hear it. So if you know those traits are bad in your religion, you call them out. As a Jew, if my Jews are doing something fucking wrong, I'm going to call my fucking Jew out. So you're going to stay fucking silent.
But I didn't.
There's a big fucking difference.
That is the biggest dilemma between our two groups. Is he could say he's not a radical Muslim, but the fact that these people stay fucking silent and in fact, they end up co-signing, not even just staying silent, but co-signing what the radical Muslims do. It shows. Exactly, and that is why they are a fucking cancer.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, but you are jumping from one point to another, and I completely responded to all of this.
You're a good Muslim to follow the.
I didn't say I'm good. Are you a really good Jew? I'm sorry. Are you a good Jew? With the way you're talking, are you a good representative for your religion? Yeah.
Peaceful world.
Okay.
Fucking terrorists. That's what
okay, fuck you. I don't care about.
You don't get it. We're even pedophilia. I know until today, you guys fucking so I'm getting aware of it. Fucking your countries. What the fuck is this? You guys are very sick. Why aren't you calling out what's happening in Iraq? How they follow the fucking book that you follow?
I'm giving science, but please let me have a chance.
Why are they getting fucking married in Iraq? Children.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna say that's it. You're a good Muslim. I can tell you're a fucking good Muslim. You're a fucking trained Muslim.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing.
Fucking bullshit here.
That's the thing is that in Israel. Hold on. Because Mr. Muslim man, if you were to get, you have a first world country like Israel, and then you have a first world country like we all know what first world countries are. Okay, fucking underage girls, especially prepubescent girls, which there's no.
What's the legal age in Iraq right now to get married to a? How old are they?
I don't know.
You already have taxes right now. You already have taxes. What do you think?
I will talk shit. Okay, I can be critical of whoever I want in the United States of America. Okay, but
Muslim, he doesn't call this shit out.
Yeah, but the thing is, hold on.
I'm Muslim, I'm proud. What do you say, Rafi? Do you think it's because you don't accept it?
Okay, guys, let's get some decorum back to the stage one at a time. You guys are all over talking to it. Can't hear shit.
My bad, sir.
Can I have a chance?
Oh, the legal age in Iraq is 9 years old for girls and 15 for boys.
Just like Aisha, amazing.
Oh, and even the boys, they can stop fucking boys at 15.
9-year-old little girls. All right, so there was a girl that asked politely to speak. So I don't know if you heard her. Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, squiggly line girl. You have to. I don't know her name.
She's
talking. She's talking.
You got the mic now. Go ahead.
If I may. Wow.
Thank you.
Sorry?
No, you're good. You got the mic. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys, and I have a problem. Well, personally, I'm agnostic. I'm not religious. But I have a problem whenever you discuss the issue of Islam, and obviously in the West in general. I always have this question of when you talk about Islam, which Islam? Who's virgin?
Oh, we're mostly talking about Sunni Islam.
Yeah, funded by whom? Yeah, these are actually very important questions because you have the version of Islam that is Sufi, and also you have the version of Islam that is ISIS as well. Sufism, for example.
What's the difference between Sufism and these? If we're being fair, ISIS is downstream of Sufism.
Yeah, they're Salafis.
Could you guys I'm aware of that.
They're Salafis.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I think that's what's the problem would be. A lot of non-Muslims or Muslims, whenever someone who attacks Islam, they think of Muslims, and obviously I'm talking here about the people from the West. They think they're all from the same school, all the same product. They just sometimes they ignore the layers and different cultures that were under the umbrella, the big umbrella of Islam. We have the Islam of Abadism. You have the Sunni, and the Sunni themselves, they have a diverse group. From the extremist ISIS and Salafis and Wahhabis to the Sufis. So a whole big spectrum in there.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the madhab. We're talking about the sunnah.
No, with all due respect, I get that. If I could make my point very concisely, we don't have Jews and Christians in the name of our religions committing terrorist attacks. And so, but you do see it with Muslims. That is the fundamental difference.
So Islam.
Come on, guys. Lily still has a mic. Go ahead, Lily.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. Like, obviously, not all Muslims are terrorists, but the most religion that is producing terrorists is Muslims, obviously.
Yeah, most terrorists are Muslims.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a problem with that. Like, I came from a majority Muslim country, not Islamic country, but the majority Muslim country. And we have those discussions among us. Like, we always talk, when we talk about extremism, we always talk about the Islam that was produced in the 70s, the petrodollar Islam. Saudi Arabia, for example, has spent hundreds of billions of dollars exporting one very specific and very modern, very political version of Islam, Wahhabism, and then after that you have Muslim Brotherhood. Into mosques, schools, the area of, I'm sure that Egyptian knows that, like when you look at the pictures of Egyptian women back in the 50s or in the 40s, Libyan, Egyptian, Tunisian, Afghani, Iranian, even Saudis, you don't see them wearing hijab. But there's this era, what they call it, the Islamic Enlightenment in the 80s. And obviously, it is supported by the Wahhabism. So this money systemically replaced richer, more tolerant local traditions with one rigid project. And then we have the Muslim Brotherhood, the political movement funded in Egypt since 1928, built on one idea that Islam must govern the state, and there is no separation between religion and politics. So together, these forces, the Gulf Money and Brotherhood organization became the dominant voice of Islamic in the region and in the Western institutions and societies in general. I think there is two problems, and one problem I think we need to tackle it as people who are coming from Muslim countries and hearing all what we call it now, Islamophobia. I have a problem with the word Islamophobia because I don't think this phobia is coming from nowhere. It is real. And instead of us defending those behaviors, you have to go back to what you have, what is the tolerance that you have, and present it and deny what's happening in the West. Defund those organizations, call those countries who are funding those extremist ideas. Like Muslim Brotherhoods are banned from Egypt. They're banned from, like when you go to Tunisia, like a majority Muslim country, but you don't see that. Like when I go to London and when I go to, to Canada and I see what they call Muslim communities, it's not the same when I go to Tunisia.
or to Morocco, or even Algeria, or even Libya sometimes. Like, it's not the same. I feel like they're more radicalized in the West. And it's also another conversation that the Western themselves they need to have, which specifically what I call the left. There is this one word that I really like, suicidal empathy. Someone said there is a suicidal empathy that is going on here because you want to be more inclusive. You wanna include those what you call them marginalized voices, but it's actually you're not empowering. You're actually giving a platform to one version of Islam that is unfortunately it's the majority right now because there are many factors. You have Qatar, you have Saudi Arabia, you have a lot of money that is going and supporting those big institutions and universities and mosques and everything. Of course, you would have this version of Islam, and you are giving it a platform. Instead, there are many Muslim reformists, feminists. They're trying to so hard within their communities and countries, and they have been successful. You have the Tunisian example. Like, they have worked on that. They challenged Sharia law from their perspective and produced something new, modern. This is what I call them the reformists. So there's a problem here from both sides. From the West, there is now obviously from that.
Well, what's interesting is he brought up this suicidal empathy part, which is like God's side. I believe he's a Jew from Syria that is a professor in Canada. That he's spoken at length about this. For the last couple of years, but he identifies the exact same thing as you.
One thing, Pepe, did you know?
And I do agree. I do think we're like committing. I do think the West, we do have a suicidal empathy. Like the type of what we call quote unquote altruism. It is literally perhaps our downfall, and I believe that other groups weaponize it against us, including Muslims.
You can thank liberal white women for that. Well, I mean, that's one of the things she said. She said in Tunisia, you go to Canada, and when you're in Tunisia, they're less radicalized than they are in Canada or the U.S. But I mean, that's because they're living in a country that's 99.9% Muslim.
Well, no, but that's not. It's not just in Tunisia. When it comes, shut up. When it comes to
you shut the fuck up, you dirty Mexican. Go ahead.
When it comes, okay, comes to like whether it's the UAE, Qatar. It's funny. I forget. I think this guy might have came from Qatar. I forget who he was, but when they were talking about the Islamist problem that they think is going to be literally a problem of Western Europe, because yes, they are people in their home countries that absolutely know how to deal with this shit, but they do not. When it comes to people in the West, they're so afraid of being called Islamophobic and whatever stupid.
That's not. That's actually.
Pepe, let me ask you something. I was trying to get fun.
In their home countries, they'll stamp out the radicals. But in the West, we're afraid to do it.
All right, okay, Pepe, let me shut the fuck up.
One at a time, guys. One at a time, please.
All right, damn it. I'm trying to fucking get it.
You just had a really
super fucking nice.
Someone present a really good position, and there's a lot of response to it. Can we go?
Yeah, but it's a wrong position because oh my God, shut the fuck up, Pepe.
No, could you just wait for it?
Yeah, for one, I got a trying to moderate that. No, what don't you guys understand? Abby's trying to moderate. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
Let's try to either do a queue, because there's a lot that people that want to react to it.
Cool.
Okay. So, Rich, you want to be in the queue? Pepe, do
Yeah, I just literally wanted to ask Pepe.
And then Masha, wait. Rich, then Masha, and then who wants to go next?
I would like to go
And
next.
then Ali.
I would like to go next.
Ali and then Tam. Okay, go ahead.
Pepe, I was going to ask, Pepe, if you go to your house with your family, and say you're close to your family, I don't know if you are, but if you're really close to your family, are you going to walk in the door and just start fucking punching people and try to stab people and cussing people out, telling them they're a bunch of pieces of shits? I mean, if you have a good family, you're not going to do that. But if you
walk into the house of what you consider your fucking enemy, you're gonna try to fuck every one of them up and murk all of them. Like Brad, if you go to your enemy's house, what do? You kill them all, right? So this is why when they're in Tunisia, they're amongst their brethren. We're amongst the fucking Muslims, our best friends. We all agree. We're all a fucking echo chamber. And then when they go to Canada, they're like, oh, this is the disbelievers. Look at the women that are dressed in like houris. And, this is all the fucking infidels that literally in the Quran it says to go and kill the disbelievers and lay in wait, besiege and kill them. And if they convert and if they pay jizya or they become the third-class citizen, dhimmis, and they pay jizya, then you can let them go on their way. But the reality is they're amongst enemies when they're in Canada. So that's why they kill them.
Can I respond?
Yeah, why don't you respond and then Masha is going after you.
I gave the example of Tunisia, by the way, and I told you, I was very careful to bring Tunisia because Tunisia is true Muslim majority country, but it's also secular. When you go there, women without hijab, like majority of them without hijab, you can wear bikinis. They're actually very secular. Like it's like Turkey. That's what I'm talking about. That's the example that I'm bringing. When you go to Turkey, it's a Muslim country. It is.
What if you leave Islam?
Sorry?
What if you become an apostate and you come out and say, I'm an atheist and I reject Muhammad?
Yeah, it was a religion.
Well before Muhammad came in, Adolf Hitler was stated to kill anyone.
Okay, y'all, we have a queue.
What are you talking about?
Because we got a queue. We have a queue. So Masha was next. Masha was
the massacre.
Masha, go ahead.
Yeah, that's very clear to me.
Okay. The problem that I have with what Lily, her name was Lily, what she said, my problem is that she's just saying that this problem comes from individuals, not the religion itself. As someone who was born in Iran, raised in Iran, forced by the religious government to learn about Islam at school and to live Islamic way, although I didn't want that. As someone like this, I can't agree with you because I have read Quran. Okay, that book, I find that book pretty much humiliating, especially for me as a woman. Okay, so I can't agree with you. It's not about just the individuals. Yes, some people are more radical, some people are less radical, but the religion itself is a problem. The text itself makes me as a woman the second gender. Okay, this is the problem. This is the main problem. No matter how much you try to make the religion, modern or whatever, it doesn't change anything. What is in that book is pretty much humiliating for me as a woman, and I can never believe in it. That's the main issue. And you talk about actually the other guy who was Egyptian was telling that people do it in the name of Islam. I wonder where in the world, when Muslims had the power and the government was Islamic government, they didn't do the same. They have always done the same thing. Whenever they had the power, they have done it. That's the thing. So it can't be just about individuals. No, it's not like that. Even in those countries that you named, okay, for example, in Turkey, have you lived with them? Have you seen their culture? Have you seen the way they treat their women? Okay? Have you seen how misogynist they can be? You can't just not see those things and say that it's just about individuals. No, I can't agree with that.
Article 52 and Article 53 in the Tunisian press code prohibits defamation against Islam.
Oh, so she said that she was forced to learn it, and as I goes back to what I said before, it's the leaders of these countries that are creating all these extreme radical.
Could you guys respect
that? Is the biggest.
Yeah, you guys wait for your turn.
Okay.
We do have a
All right.
case.
So I think Ali was next, and then Tanya.
Can I respond to
Oh, you left.
Oh, Ali left. Okay, Tanya next. But can you let her respond?
Yeah.
No, Ali's here. Okay, let her. Sorry, I don't know your first name.
Can you call me Tala?
Tala.
Okay.
Tala respond, and then Ali, and then Tam.
Mahsa, I feel you, and I really agree with a lot of things that you're saying. I'm really sorry. I think Iranians specifically, they have a big trauma, and I really understand that. I'm not defending the text. I'm not, as I said, a disclaimer, I'm not really religious. I'm very critical myself, but I'm just talking about, the political issue. How can we coexist? That's I'm trying to be, I don't want to be, attacking, because I know more than 1 billion people are Muslims. But at the same time, I really understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. Myself, I am critical myself. I know there are a lot of issues, and not only of Islam, in general, religions. For me, it's as a woman, they're problematic. That's another story, and I hear you. What I'm trying to say here is that, specifically in the West, they need to stop being tolerant. They need to stop being, it's becoming kind of like a dictatorship. You have to be always politically correct. Whenever you criticize the religion or the behavior of specific religions, you're becoming an Islamophobe. This is what I'm against. But what I'm with, not to fight, you can fight the religion, obviously, of course, as an individual, at the individual level. But at the collective level, I'm trying to say that instead of bringing those extremists, at least there are some schools that are trying to be a reformist. They're trying to coexist. They're trying to be, better version of themselves. That's what I'm trying to tell. That's another conversation.
Lily, Article 216, subsection 3 of the Turkish Penal Code, which criminalizes publicly disrespecting the religious beliefs of Islam.
Yeah, you can criticize that, even in Canada.
No, you can't. That's what I'm saying. In Turkey and also Tunisia, you can be punished up to by death. In Tunisia and also Turkey by
No, that's not correct.
Disrespecting Islam. Do you want me to read the fucking article? So Rich, we hug you, bro. I didn't just stop, man. You're getting annoying at this point, bro. Just respect the cue. Yeah, please.
Ali, and then Tam.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate your comments, and I think you're making lots of good comments. But just some comments that I have, not necessarily a reaction to what you're saying, but putting a little bit more flesh on what you're trying to say. Yeah, I understood your comparison in terms of the Tunisian people in comparison with the some enclaves of Muslims in London, Germany, and other European countries. You're right. I accept that you're telling us the truth that the Muslims in European countries are more radicalized at the most, and perhaps the more serious Muslim than would be people in Tunisia. That's one comment. The second one that you were making, actually, we have to understand what the issues are, and then really go to what were the problem is. It's predominantly some of the Gulf countries and other Muslim countries actually funding the academic institutions in the United States and perhaps in Europe, as well as trying to affect the policies in the U.S. So I think that would be a good area for the Europeans and America to focus on. The other comment that you were making is you were talking about some form of progress or moderation that some people making in some quarters in Islamic countries, and you mentioned that the women actually they are predominantly are impetus. They're actually are the one that actually trying to do this. In my way of thinking, Islam and progress are contradiction in terms. As a matter of fact, everything that we've seen so far is going in an opposite direction. In Turkey, in Indonesia, and of course the worst case we're talking about Afghanistan and Yemen and the rest of it. So it's going in opposite direction of what we call progress, and particularly as it relates to the plight of the women and children and basic, human rights. The last thing I wanted to say, I think you mentioned about we have to be careful who are the bad Muslims and who are the better interpretation of Islam. But who's the one to say that? If you speak to an ISIS member, you being the moderate Muslim, and actually your interpretation of Islam and Quran is not correct. Theirs is correct. So everybody is pointing at everyone else and saying that they are the bad Muslims. So this way of argument, and I hear this quite often and from others, it just doesn't cut it. Because who am I to tell anyone that who is interpreting Islam correctly or incorrectly? I'm going to land with this. I have a little bit more to say, but I know others are in the queue and would like to.
Let me just go in real quick if possible.
No, Rafi, we got a queue, brother. We just wait. Tan's gonna go and then we'll give you the mic right after Tan, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing it.
Well, no, I think Ali was gonna land real quick. He had one more thing in with, and then.
No, actually, I'm fixed.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead, Tan. You got it. Then Rafi, you can go right after Tan.
Yeah, I have two comments and a very quick question. And I'm just gonna make a wrap up very shortly, then, so we can go to the next topic. I am a secular, Turkish-born Iranian American person. I am really, really secular. Only thing that I practice in Islam is Ramadan. Other than that, I don't practice anything. But when it comes to the conversation that we have as a Muslim-born person, when you are being trapped, especially when you are talking to the non-Muslims, I feel very offended when we have to accept their enforcement or their idolatry. There is no Muslim terrorism. Terrorist is a terrorist. Yasser Arafat was a terrorist. Che Guevara was a terrorist. Terrorist is a terrorist. We don't have a Muslim terrorist. But Western media or non-Muslim are trying to just enforce their mentality that, yeah, you guys are terrorists. This is the first comment that I have. So I would appreciate if you just really say that, we don't have Muslim terrorists. The second comment that I have is I do respect your background, I do respect you, I do respect, and I'm just disagreeing on that particular. Second thing is like, the only problem I have in the stage is we are talking as a minority. I am victim of Islamophobia right now in California, and English is not my first language. And then nobody respect the fact that, I would like to just share my comments, then ask the question, and people start insulting us. They insult all of the Muslims. There are 1 billion Muslims in this globe. And, just at least in America, we have 20 or 30 American-born Muslims. So we have to live with the fact that we cannot practice our very first freedom of speech when it comes to religion. I really don't appreciate what my government does to my people. Iranian regime is primarily give a priority to Islamic perspective of Republic of Iran. And they don't really care about the future of the people. They are very, very corrupted. I do understand that. But I don't appreciate foreign countries attacking my homeland, killing my people, and then name us terrorists. This is the second time. So my question for you is this, Sister Noor. Do you really, really think Ben Salman, Erdogan, or whoever dictator is going to come to Iran as a leader will really care us about humanity or the future of human or citizen of this region? I don't think that's going to happen. So with all of due respect, based on your background, based on your life experience, how do you think when we are talking about the conflict between Shia, Sunnis, and Wahhabis, we have to talk to non-Muslims, especially when we are just trying to say, okay, I do accept that the fact that you are going to discriminate me based on my background,
But, you know, I'm not Muslim. I don't care about if you're using the F word, but you are insulting my background. Thank you.
Did I get on the queue as well?
Let us say something really quick.
Yeah, Rafi's got it. Yeah, Rafi's got it next, and then Rabbi wanted to go.
So speaking about like how
Could I get into the queue? Sorry, right.
did you guys know that the UAE ends a UK study funding over Islam in the radical Islamists in the UK because they feel going abroad to the United Kingdom from a Muslim country would radicalize their people more than just keeping them in a Muslim country by going there. There's an actual thing that he spoke out. I think Abby knows about that. That he ended the scholarship for students to go abroad to the UK to go study. How fucked up is it? A Western country is more radical Islamically than a fucking Muslim country that was it's fucked up.
Please, no effort. Please, no effort.
Yeah, Tan, don't police my room. We don't police speech in here. Rafi's got the right to say what he wants to clear.
Not to, but like, how fucked up is the situation that a Muslim country has to stop sending to a westernized country that is not even predominantly Muslim, or I don't know what it is right now, the UK might be predominantly Muslim, but because it's more radical than home. Like, isn't that a scary thing when you think about it?
But I'll comment to you, Rafi, that MBS has made, to the extent, and I believe in the UAE, MBZ has done the same, where they have mandated that the textbooks all have tolerance in them now, and they remove the hate, remove the extremism, and they're really trying to go after the extremism in their countries. So you do have a moderate voice in some of these Gulf states that are trying to move to the middle, and they realize, because they're, especially in Saudi, because the population is so young, that 75% of the population is under 35. So they're really trying to affect it in the schools and take away the extremism. So to your point, Rob.
But that comes back to my saying, it's the fucking leaders of these places. It's like Iran. It's the leaders, as what's her name was saying, Mahsa. He was forced to fucking read the Quran, to follow the Quran. They forced it down her throat. I went to public school in Canada. We never once had a religious fucking class or religious studies. Not fucking once, and I can bet you you also went to public schools in the States. I don't think they ever forced any type of religion on you or any fucking verses from the Bible, Quran, or anything like that. That's why you don't feel like fucking blowing yourself up in the middle of a fucking street. It's all about the fucking leaders. And the problem to fix it, you get rid of the fucking leaders. Yes, there's going to be always the Islamists. Yes, they will die, but the next generation you can teach and breed out to be fucking normal. It all starts with the leaders.
I ask, what about your fucking leaders, Rafi?
Yeah, Rafi has a mic right now. We're in the
I'm asking you. Just ask me the question. Go.
I have a question for you. Then I have a question for you.
We're gonna see. No. See, this is why.
You guys choose who asks me this question.
Yeah. Let's
put me in the queue, please.
Okay.
Right, so we got Rafi. Rafi's gonna finish up, and then we got Rabaya, and then Andre, and then So let's just finish the queue first, and then.
Actually, if it's a possibility, I know Masa wanted to ask Tam a question. She asked really quickly. I don't think you heard her.
Okay.
It's a possibility to go answer me because I'll go.
Yeah, let's just make the question let's just make the question real quick and make the answer really succinct so we can keep it moving, guys.
Yeah, of course. So go. You wanted to ask me a question? I don't know your fucking name. Masri, go. Masri Egyptian. Ask me the question.
Rafi, I'm asking about your fucking leaders. Asking about your fucking bloody history. I'm asking about your fucking bloody background. What about all these things? What about all these fucking things? Let's use
be more specific.
So
be more specific about the topic.
Words of yours.
As much as you want.
Yours is a fucking terrorist mindset of yours. What about all these things? Thank you.
Okay, I got it. But that question was useless, so move on. Masa, you're next.
Thank you, Moss.
The stage is.
He just said he's secular.
He just wanted to do some bullshit, but
He said he's secular 10. On the other hand, he's angry that people insult Islam or criticize Islam. What kind of secularism is that? I want a secularism anywhere so that I can mock every religion. I can insult every religion. That's what they want. I don't understand that.
May I respond to that, sir?
We're gonna keep moving, so Rabaya is next, and then Andre.
Put me in the queue.
Yeah, we'll open. I'll hand you the mic, Ali, after Andre, and then we'll open it back up. But just the room's gonna close in 10 minutes, guys. So I gotta get some sleep, man. I gotta get some booty. So.
Hello? Hey, how's everyone doing?
Hey, what's going on, Rabaya? Welcome to the stage. You got the mic. Thanks for
Was
waiting.
there a question? Was there a question?
No, you were asked a question. I said make a statement.
Oh, no, I just wanted, I thought there was like a question about the students being involved in government, but I want to know how it was exactly worded. But
Yeah, Masa, the question was is how is it secularism when you won't tolerate your religion being criticized?
okay,
I just got my religion insulted and I kept normal, so yeah, it's fine.
okay. Well, as a former
I laughed it off.
I feel like the government should invest in providing us the suicide bombing vest because that's part of the culture. And
Female. Is that called Quran vest?
Yes, that's right. Anyway, sorry, I was really lost with the conversation of this.
I think everybody hates female autistics.
But I mean, she's a great girl.
You're so
Let her be. You're a great girl. Don't listen to this piece of shit. You're great.
All right, Rabaya, were you done? You landed?
Yeah, I landed that plane.
Okay, cool. All right, Andre, you're next, and then we'll open it up with Ali. Go ahead.
Hey, so, also a disclaimer, I'm agnostic atheist, but one of the things that in Christianity that I think that speaks to the attitude that I think most people I would advise adopt, like, love the sinner, hate the sin attitude. It's not, I completely disagree, I forgot who was saying it. It's not the people. The behavior can be actually influenced. It is the religion that is the issue. And my hypothesis is because it shares two features simultaneously from Christianity and Judaism, but those two religions don't have both of those features. So Christianity is very expansionist in nature, but they do separate the civic life from the spiritual life. So, like they going on a spiritual conquest, they're trying to gain more and more adepts and followers, but they try to kind of keep it separated. In Judaism, it encompasses all aspects of your life. It tells you what to do, how to eat, what to eat, how to communicate with each other, but it's very exclusive. It doesn't try to expand itself. In fact, it tries to dissuade people from joining it because it's very difficult to follow all of those rules. In Islam, actually has both of those features and adopted both of them simultaneously. And this is incompatible with open and free society. It's unable to coexist with anybody else because it encompasses everything. It is a political system. It is a ritualistic system. It tells you what to eat, how to eat, who to communicate with, how to tax, how to behave in every aspect of your life. And it's also expansionist in nature because it was founded by the guy who was expanding its influence proactively, aggressively. So this is one of the reasons why it's the only way of coexisting with a Muslim community is when it's in minority. As soon as it becomes a majority, it imposes itself on its foot. And in the Western society, it triggers this paradox of tolerance. If you know, it's Popper, I think, described it first in his book, Enemies of Free Society, Open and Free Society, when he stated that every society that values tolerance as one of its core values eventually is going to accept and embrace an ideology that is intolerant, will allow it to foster and eventually will be taking over. But there is an easy resolution, I think, to paradox of tolerance, in my opinion. It's that you cannot apply the same rules to people who don't accept it. So like any ideology that is not tolerant, you can't be tolerant towards. I think that's pretty obvious. So yeah, that's what I'm.
Andre, can we just spade and neuter the Muslims?
I don't think that's a valuable solution.
I think so. All right, we got the mic out.
I wanted to make two comments. One is a quick one. I think there might be a misunderstanding of the separation of church and state by one or two speakers here, which is this is the first clause or the first kind of sentence in the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That is when every religion has the opportunity, the right by the Constitution and the First Amendment to practice whatever you want to practice. That's the beauty of living in a secular country. In a way, at least in principle. That's one comment. The other comment that I wanted to make, and that is why the Muslims actually are taking, if they are American citizens, they are, it's their right to practice their religion as long as they're not breaking any secular or the country's laws. Then fine. Want to go pray it. Do whatever you need to do, but as long as you're not breaking the law, that is perfectly fine. This goes with Judaism, atheism, Christianity, Buddhism, and the rest of it. The second comment I wanted to make is somebody was mentioning, and mentioned at least 2 or 3 times, saying that it actually is the bad leaders that they use Islam to give it a bad name and do bad things under their leadership. And I think Andre correctly mentioned that really that's actually not the case. The case is in here, the Islamic ideology itself. The issue is, for example, openly seeking domination of the world. The fatwas, if you write a book in Western society and draw a cartoon, some mullah in Iran can put a price on your head. A complete shameless intrusion into our secular freedom to be expressing ourselves under the freedom of the speech and by extension writing books and drawing cartoons. The Sharia laws, they're horrific, and I'm not suggesting that they've been practiced in entirety in some Muslim countries, but they are very robust in some form and shape in all of the 6 theocratic Islamic countries, which them by heart, I think, by now. The concept of jihad, as I mentioned before, the external struggle against the non-believers, the apostate killing. I'm an atheist, but if I live in Iran or maybe in Yemen, Afghanistan, if I say, look, I don't like Islam and I want to divorce from this ideology, the consequences are serious. Losing your head, going to jail, being shamed, and the rest of it. And the child marriages, which of course Prophet Muhammad said the perfect man set a horrible example of marrying a child. And this is the child marriages, although one could say it has some cultural genesis to it as well too, but Islam, just because Muhammad practiced it, it has given a blanket of acceptance in these countries, and the child marriages in the Islamic Muslim countries is rising at an alarming rate. And by the way, the extension of the jihad would be the terrorist activities that we've seen in the last 40, 50 years, and I would say probably 99 or 95% of them have been Islamic, terrorist So that is where the concept of the jihad, which is at the heart of the Islamic ideology, it takes you to a dark, cruel, inhuman places. Absolute subjugation of women, in particular in countries like in Afghanistan and Yemen. I don't have to tell you the plight of the woman there. And this silly mandatory, concepts of wearing hijab, I would say in Iran for sure that I have a better understanding. I have some authority to talk about what's going on in Iran. And honor killings. I mean, that's predominant in Islamic thing. Suicide bombing, I talked about that. Beheading. The blasphemy laws. And also the thing that astonishes me is destroying ancient monuments. Who does that? Who would go around and bombs and destroys a statue of Buddha or some other statues in the name of jihad, in the name of Islam? Nobody does that. So because of this, I would say, yes, leaders will take these ideas and manipulate them and to gain power, money, and the rest of it. But these are ideologies I just mentioned. They are at the heart of the Islamic ideology, either directly from Quran or by extension would be through interpretation of the Quranic verses, which we call hadith. And believe me, there are thousands upon thousands books on these hadiths, which everybody can, if they have some credibility in terms of their understanding of Islamic laws, they are entitled to write something about a concept in Islam. Anyway, I just wanted to land with this, and saying this, it is really not the leaders and perhaps not the people, it's the ideas that is germane, is impetus to creating the radicalism that we see in Islam. I am finished. Thank you.
And I'm trying to figure out this other, before you hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
There's other people on the stage. We're going to close the room soon, so I want to make sure people that wanted to speak that hadn't spoken.
I want to speak after you.
Okay, so here's the deal. Ali, I just had a quick question. You said you're an atheist. Were you being facetious, or?
No, I am an atheist. Yes.
Ali, for sure, talks about it.
I noticed that atheists have been the most well. We're the ones without morals, but I noticed atheists have been the most well behaved in the room. That's something.
So, I'm just looking at the bottom of the room. I can't read the name. It's another squiggly name, but it said Epic Fury if you wanted to speak. And Shiva was in the room. I know Shiva usually speaks. And Marshall.
Hey, Abby, can I ask you, because a lot of people want to talk, a lot of people don't want the room to shut down. Can I hand you control of the room?
Yeah, for a bit. Me and Pepe, are you still awake or is he snoring?
Yeah, Pepe, Bima, you guys.
Okay.
You guys
so we're gonna close. We'll close. You know you're there. We're gonna. Won't keep it open too long, but make sure people get a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you.
I got you.
Hey, I'm here.
Earth to Bima.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Who else is? I don't know. Pepe's waiting. All right. So just looking at there's new voices on the stage.
I'll wake them up for you, Andy. Don't worry.
Okay, got it. So, all right, Shiva, and again, I apologize. I can't read. It looks like Arabic.
Yeah.
Me.
It's called Arabic.
What's your name?
Nadeed.
Nadeed. Nadeed is not Arabic. Okay, Nadeed, you want to speak, and then Shiva.
Let Shiva speak.
Can you actually bring up Ocean too, please, for me?
Oh, Ocean. Yeah. Is Ocean here? Okay. Let's get a cue. So,
can I get
Shiva.
Okay.
Then Rich. Then Nadeed. Well, Rich, can you wait and let Nadeed speak? Because
mine's gonna take 30 seconds.
Hey, Shiva, Rich, Nadeed, and then Ocean.
Hey guys, hey Abby, how you doing?
This whole conversation about radical versus non-radical Muslim, I don't think there's such a thing as a non-radical Muslim. As long as they believe in the tenets of Islam, to us, to the non-believer, they're all radicals. they're not more radical in the UK versus Saudi Arabia. No, they're the same. It's just that in the UK, you have non-believers. You have to win over them. You have to fight the jihad against non-believers. In Saudi Arabia, there's no non-believers anymore, at least not officially. And this whole thing about the young people being attracted out of Islam, no. In the UK, most of the radicals are young. In France, most of the radicals are young, and their parents had already left Islam, to some extent, before they moved to these countries. The next generation is more radical than the previous generation. My point is, Islam is like rabies. As long as virus exists, that could carry through to the next generation, and it'll just blow up in your face.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And to me, I actually prefer Muslims blowing themselves up and killing people over a silent demographic change. Because when Muslims cause terrorist attacks, at least we know what's going on. There is awareness, there is fighting back, there is laws, there is Guantanamo Bay, there's all these things we can do. But when Muslims demographically change a society, a country, slowly, when you go to the zoos in the US right now, you'll see, because they have lots of kids. Where else do they go? They go to the zoo. They go to the parks. You'll see the silent demographic change. And it'll become like UK one day, where you cannot do anything. It'll be like France, when it's going to be too late. To me, that is more dangerous than terrorism. Yeah, thanks.
All right, this is my turn.
Go ahead, Rich.
Okay, I'm gonna need help with this. Ocean, are you there? Ocean asked me the question.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's Rich.
Yeah, I know what.
Thank you for
ask me the question, Ocean.
I know. I want to take the opportunity, and the moderators and everybody. I just wanted to ask Rich a question. What would you do if you had a time machine?
I'd fly back to see Prophet Muhammad. I would go back to see Prophet Muhammad, then I would tie him up, let donkeys and goats anally penetrate him and come inside of him, and then I would stab him 1,000 times, chop him up in 1,000,000 pieces, and then I'd feed him to hogs, and then I would kill the hogs.
Bullshit.
And then I would put him in a pit, and I'd burn him alive.
It's not too late. We can
Why are you interrupting, Jason, you autist? And then I would burn the pigs alive.
Dude.
I would burn the pigs alive, and then I'd pour sulfuric acid on them, and then I would bury them. And also, I just want to say that all the Iranian men are cucks, and the only men that actually have balls are the IRGC. So,
look, I know
Jason, you're still like this.
I don't support Islam. I don't support Islam, okay? But this is
Iranians come on stage.
Why are you saying
Jason, were you next in queue? Who's next in queue?
Rich.
I think it was Rafi.
Rich, simmer down.
Yeah, go ahead, Rafi. You're next in queue.
It's not me in queue. Abby, who's next?
Tan, Tan or Marshall? I wanted new voices. So Jason wants to speak, and we'll have Ocean speak, and then Tan, I didn't know if you wanted to speak again.
So why would I speak?
Okay, so let's have Jason, because we haven't heard him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Okay, if you go back to what Christians were like 500 years ago, those people were completely nuts. Okay, they were completely insane. They were like Islam is today. Okay, and worse. All right, and there are many Islamic countries all over the world, and some of them are extremists, and some of them honestly are not. Okay, Indonesia is not extremist. All right, and even parts of, to some degree, Saudi Arabia becomes more and more moderate. Honestly, it's pretty surprising. Okay, and that's a natural progression. All right, every religion has in it these like crazy pull quotes you can find. Okay, these like BuzzFeed lines, and if you can find them and you can quote them and you can get. Well, they say I don't know. Go back to the Old Testament, that stuff about killing all the Canaanites and whatever.
Jakarta had Sharia police just recently.
It's just not a realistic approach. We are not going to exterminate or change or whatever the religion of Islam. It's not going to happen. B, it's completely unnecessary.
No, but
You go to the
what's
Christians,
wrong with the West?
you go to the Christians.
Come on.
Yeah, you go to what the Christians were like 500 years ago, and you see what the Christians are like today. Okay, you look at the progression of like, just pick one moderate Islamic country. Even Saudi Arabia, okay, has undergone big changes in the last 30 years. Right. That's what happens to society.
Jason, I just wait, Rich, 1 second. Fuck, Jason, you made a good statement, but the problem is with Islam, they're not progressing forward. Yes, 500 years ago, Jews, 500 years ago, Christians, this and that, but everybody progressed with fucking time. We're in 2020.
But they were in the modern countries.
Jason, hold on. 47 years ago, Iran was free. Iran was modernized. Once religion hit that country, it brought them backwards. Look what one fucking religion does. It brings people backwards. It doesn't progress them forward. It sends them back. And this is the problem with Islam.
Well, but that's there's back and forth.
Hold on, guys. One at a time. It's me and Jason right now. 1 second.
Yes, but you're saying, I'm just informing information to you. There's so many
It's me and Jason right now.
Austin C charges in 2026 can lead to severe penalties, including lengthy legal residence sentences.
Rich, Jason, 47 years ago, how is it possible a country had more freedom than it has today under Islamic law? So that means they went backwards once they started introducing Islam.
You couldn't be
so that just shows this is not the type of religion that progresses with time. Yes, Christians, I agree with you. Jews, I agree with you. But today we're all living in 2026. We're not slaughtering each other. We're not fucking performing. We live by the book, but we live by the book because we integrated it into modern society. They don't want to integrate it into modern society. They want to bring modern society backwards into their law, into their rule. That is the problem, Jason, and you can't stand for that.
Yeah, well, some of them do, but some of them don't. Okay, and if you see them changing,
Jason, if you follow the book, that is how it's supposed to be. That's why they're doing it. It's they're trying to step away from the book. They're getting more modernized. That is the thing. So when we're talking about religion, we're not bringing people backwards. Christianity doesn't bring people
it's
backwards.
Interpreting their religion for them, Rafi, and they are free to interpret their religion.
But
their own way.
Christians didn't go back 50 years ago. You don't see Christians are doing better 50 years ago than now. No, they're more modernized today than they were 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. They're more modernized with society today.
That's just how progress works, Rafi. No, Rafi, that's just how progress works, right?
Progress, they implemented Sharia law in fucking Indonesia, retard.
There were periods of time, Rafi, where the Christians were more tolerant, and then when they were less tolerant, okay? And then you might say, well, the Protestants, recognized, some broad ideas about humanity and whatever, and then they did the witch hunts, okay? They had the Salem witch trials, all right? And that was a step backward.
I agree with you.
So hold on.
Okay, I'm talking about the past 100 years as Christians and Jews.
In the past 100 years, it has not happened. You're correct.
Yes. But have you seen a pattern in the past 100 with Islam?
I have a request. Number one, I would like to make a comment, but I'm going to wait. Jason, could you please make your final comment, and then I can respond to you.
Just one
and then
sentence.
we move on to Marshall and
I want to speak about
so I'll just be super brief then. I'll say look we got to give Islamic countries some time. Modernization took hundreds of years in the West, and we're asking these Islamic countries to do it in less than 100 years. It's not realistic. They will get there. They will still be Islamic at the end of it. It'll be cool. It'll be interesting. I look forward to that.
All right, and we gotta have an
So
open.
Jason,
I hate people like you, Jason.
so Jason, no, don't say you. Jason, show me an example. It's 2026, right? Show me today the ones that are trying to transform Islam. I haven't heard of any imam that is trying to transform Islam to be more modern.
Punishable by death.
I've been watching imams trying to convert and push Sharia law, like in London, like in the UK. In 2026, they're pushing Sharia law in a fucking country that they came for freedom from a shithole country that they ran, and they turned a country like UK into the same shithole that they came from.
You can
So
see
they don't want to adapt.
Maybe
They're not looking to adapt. 1 second. They're not looking to adapt. They're looking to indoctrinate. They're looking to
Rafi,
change.
Rafi, you're talking to a wrong person. You're talking to a lefty American.
A Muslim is one at a time. A second. Yeah, one at a time.
We have a
Thank you. We have a queue. We have a queue. Queue.
Can I be in the queue, please?
We have
Rafi.
Yes.
Come on, we got a
Let me
queue.
just finish up. While I was speaking, let me just finish up. We have modern day examples how in the past 10 years, instead of fucking becoming or trying to westernize yourself with values that they're moving to, they're going backwards. Iran, 47 years ago, more free than today. Look at what's happening in UK in the past 10 years, how they took over, past 15 to 20 years. They're bringing UK backwards. So show me, Jason, where Islam is good. I don't see the Jews going to fucking UK, fucking standing on corners, fucking forcing people to convert, fucking pushing this ideologies.
You're seeing it through one lens.
Angela, that's the queue. Shut the fuck up.
I can add you to the queue.
Can you
All right,
add me
Jason.
being on the queue? So I'm gonna.
Yes, can we have Jason have his last his word, and then we're gonna move on in the queue.
Yeah,
So
let's
go
let-
ahead. So Jason,
Let's let someone else go.
do it to mute everyone. Quiet. Quiet.
Let's
Jason.
let someone else.
Jason.
Yeah, let's let someone else
And
go.
then who do you have? Nima Ocean.
Yeah, let's let someone else go.
Jason.
No, we have Marshall after Jason. No. After Jason, we had Marshall, and then Ali, and then Masa. There was another woman who wanted to speak. Ocean wants to speak. Nina wants to speak.
Then Robbie and Angel.
Let's let Marshall go. I'll come back in the end. I've talked a lot, okay, and yeah, but these are good points, okay, but yeah, there's another path here, so I'm gonna yield to Marshall.
It's just one sentence.
They're real liberals.
You let Masa go. She wants to say one sentence if possible.
Yeah.
So happy.
She's a
I'm going to give away my minute and 30 seconds to Jason.
Give it to Masa.
Yeah, but
he doesn't want to speak.
I'll give it to
The
Marshall.
senator from Texas would like to yield to the other senator from Texas. Is that a
Yes, ma'am. Marshall, everybody will extra spit next time.
Okay, guys.
I'll let Marshall go. Okay,
Yeah, Masa, go.
yeah.
Jason,
Let's get a few
the time that you were waiting for Muslims to progress, the lives of several generations of Iranians ruined because of Muslims. It's not always that you can just wait and see whether they progress or not. Sometimes the lives of several people, millions of people, ruins and bettering.
Okay, so hold on. I wanted to make a comment after Jason was finished, and then we go to.
Jason's not doing Ali.
So yeah, thank you. So Jason, fundamentally, what is perhaps we spoke yesterday. I enjoyed our conversation, the two of us. But here's the problem. In general, we say Islam and progress are contradiction in terms. It's just not going. It's not within the DNA of this ideology to progress. And some on the stage, I think, Ralph correctly mentioned, these Islamic countries are going in the opposite direction. They're not moderating. They're actually becoming more radical. Indonesia is a good example of that. And of course, Turkey is going the wrong direction. And I don't have to tell you anything about Afghanistan and Yemen and in Iran. You know about the stories there. So it's going in the wrong direction. We do not see the moderation that you hope. I appreciate your aspiration for this ideology to go in the right direction. In a sense, we're talking about when we say right direction, we're not even talking about Western ideology. We're talking about basic human rights, basic decency, the plight of the woman, the children, basic human rights. So it's going in the opposite direction. I wish your wish was correct, but it's not. And second, we live in today's technology, and all of these Muslims, all of us, we have access to technology. We know something about science, something about biology and the medicine, about the creation and the rest of it. So that even with the type of knowledge that I just talked about, the Islam, in most of it, not all of it, is going in the opposite direction. But I wish and I hope you were correct about this, but the facts in the field show otherwise. So if it's okay with other mods, I think Marshall wanted to say something, or maybe Ocean.
Is it my turn? Well, it's Ocean, yeah, Marshall yield.
Is it my turn or have to wait?
Is it?
Please. Thank you, guys. So, Rafi, you're talking to a wrong person. At this point, I don't even know if Jason is an American, but apparently he's a lefty American. Explaining things to somebody.
You know what the fuck you are.
I don't know why you're talking. I'm 100% sure you're not a civilized person, and your mom and your dad didn't.
Okay, come on, this is bullshit. Let it
enjoy the goose.
But look, Ocean, I'm a white American. I vote straight ticket Republican. I'm even more right wing than Marshall. Okay, but you're just not getting rid of a religion that billions of people follow. It's just not happening.
It's hilarious. Listen to religious cuck talk about other religion cuck. This is fucking hilarious.
What are you talking about, religious cucks? I'm a Buddhist.
Buddhist. Religious cuck.
All these religions, you're cuck, and you're talking shit about another religion. You're just cucking.
I'm not talking shit
come on, you're cucking. Don't talk to your Buddhist.
Shit
You're
about
just
them.
talk
I'm
to your
saying
preacher or something. Get your
they're fine.
from your fucking preacher.
Let them go. We don't have a preacher in Buddhism, okay? And yeah, so it's just look, Ocean, I'm a right-wing Buddhist American. All right, so probably not going to line up with a lot of things that you expect, okay? And yeah, that's my background, I guess.
So, Jason, you can probably ask Matsa. She's an Iranian. Very liberal. And this is how they got themselves into the mess that they are today. That they have a dictator now in power. And if you look at the history, you would know that Iran was very liberal. This is how it went to shit. Look here in Canada, for example, we're very liberal. Our rights are being taken away. Many things from the media that we're getting censored.
But by the left wing, Rafi, by the left.
Jason.
Correct. I'm sorry, Mats. Vincent, fucking Rafi keep speaking. What about the others?
Again, 1 second. I'm just giving examples.
Jason, what's your opinion on what's your position on abortion and gay rights?
I mean, I think it's fine. Let people be gay. I'm not doing anything about it. Abortion, you're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, what a conservative.
Well, historically speaking, if you go back to the English common law, okay, it was a misprision, which means it was a religious matter. All right, it was not a matter for the common law because it did not occur.
You definitely aligned with modern day conservatism.
It did not occur until it occurred before birth, okay? And the king's law did not apply before someone was born alive, Shub. Secular law did not apply before someone was born alive. That's the born alive rule. That is a classical You're full of shit. Okay, that is a classical common law rule. The king's law did not concern itself with matters before birth because that was between a woman and her God, basically. Okay, that was in God's hand.
How about gay rights?
All right, that's how they said. I mean, yeah, that stuff was, I guess, prohibited insofar as they even thought about it. But you're not going to do anything about that. All right, I'm really sorry to tell you.
We can't just
cannot
fucking overthrow.
You cannot make gay people. Okay, we can gay marriage, but you can't make gay
put it back in
people
insane
legal.
asylums. Yeah, we can. We can institutionalize them.
I mean, you can't. To be honest, you cannot institutionalize 1% of your population.
Just a
Yeah, we can. Watch us.
How does that make you different from the Islamic regime that you are supposedly fighting against?
Oh no, he said he votes down ticket on the right, and then he's a conservative.
He is a
Yes,
conservative.
I have a conservative.
He's not.
Yes, I completely support.
No conservative on here is going to agree with you. If you're a full-fledged fucking Republican conservative, nobody's going to agree with you on gay rights and abortion.
You're not correct.
I agree with Jason.
Yeah, you're like a fucking Russian Republican, Marshall.
And many of them.
No, I want to know how the fucking bitches and
You're
a rhino.
There is a kind of.
I do support. Look at the wars in Iraq, Marshall. Shut up.
Look, Trump cup radical. It's not real conservatism.
There is a kind of conservative that is a little
real conservative.
Okay, yeah, like you go out to Carolina, you go to Fort Bragg, and you take a class with a guy that I took this with, and what he'll say is, I support the rights of a gay couple to defend their marijuana farm with their AR-15. Okay? There's a lot of conservative people like that, who are like, they want the government to leave people alone and not tell them, whether they can be gay or not, whether they can smoke marijuana or not, or whether they can own guns or not. It's not the government's business. No, it's
not conservative fucking rights to fucking stand up for fucking gay people to defend their fucking marijuana fucking.
The government bothering you, getting the government to stop bothering you is defending your rights. That's exactly what it is. Okay? Preventing the majority from imposing their opinion on you is defending your rights. That's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. Now, you may disagree. I mean, obviously, the majority gets to oppose their opinion on some things. No, I'm not a libertarian. I don't believe in that. Okay? I believe the government should leave us alone in certain areas.
Libertarianism. You literally
No, it's not libertarianism. No, because I don't believe
taxation is theft. Leave us alone.
I don't believe that. Taxation is theft. I do not think taxation is theft. I do not say the government cannot regulate the safety of cars. Shoot. I do not say the government cannot impose a driver's license on you. Okay, that's there are degrees of libertarianism.
Well, no, that's a sovereign citizen.
There are degrees of libertarianism.
We're gonna go back to the topic.
Let's talk about you. Okay. I mean, what?
Can I interfere?
Yeah, no, please go ahead.
Okay, I have two messages actually. One that is directed to the West. I want you guys, I think you stand for most of it, but there is a concept at the very heart Muslim Brotherhood ideology that almost nobody in the Western discourse talks about. It is called Ustadiyat al-Alam, which means or translates as mastership or teachership of the world. Understanding this concept is very important to understanding what the Brotherhood in general is actually doing in the West. This idea was formulated by the Brotherhood's founder, Hassan al-Banna. I'm not sure if anyone of you knows that. I'm sure that Muslim colleagues here, they know this name. And the ultimate goal of this movement, the last stage of a gradual 7-stage plan to Islamize individual, the family, society, the government, the state, and eventually restore the caliph, and finally achieve the mastership of the world. This is not an interpretation. This is the founding document of the organization. I'm sure you know Hamas. and other Muslim Brotherhood organizations. But here I'm talking on the West specifically, especially the universities and institutions and schools and mosques that is sponsored by Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and that's why Qatar mainly, and Turkey and other Muslim Brotherhood movements. And now here's where it gets sophisticated.
Tell the Egyptian, please let her finish. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, just one word. Hold on a second. Go ahead.
I'll come to you. And here where it's sophisticated. The Brotherhood movement understood very early that you do not achieve this through violence in the West. Violence is counterproductive, as you know. What they do instead is something far more patient and far more effective and a very nice strategy. What they call it in Arabic, tamkeen, or the gradual building of power. So Hassan al-Banna, the founder, focused on the personal reform or community building. Then there's another Egyptian scholar, his name is Qaradawi, I'm sure the Egyptian guy knows this name. He added more practical layers specifically designed for Muslims living in the West. To reconcile brotherhood objectives with Western legal politism. So the strategy they developed is literally amazing. Rather than operating as a single organization, they outlined a network of affiliated institutions, student groups, community associations, advocacy organizations, religious centers. Those all intend to advance the same ideological agenda. You build the mosque, then the school, then the association, then the advocacy group, then you get invited to the government panel, then you become the official representative of Muslims. At every stage, you are speaking the language of the host society, obviously throwing those big words, especially now you see a lot of them in the, invited by the lefty. Yeah, the civil rights, inclusion, minority protection, EDI, while advancing an agenda that has nothing to do with any of those things. The Brotherhood has learned to use the very freedoms of democracy as tools to advance their ideologies specifically, and they use tolerance and openness of liberal societies as a strategic, vulnerabilities. They see it as an opportunity, as a gap. And the most powerful weapon in this strategy, you know what? The Brotherhood has mastered, I think, the art of what I call it a narrative warfare by they're branding opponents as bigots, racism, Islamophobe, and they were very successful in pushing that, especially in the media spaces. So when you criticize the Brotherhood in the West, you are not just arguing with an organization. You are arguing with a decades, long-standing, institutional strategy, and specifically designed to make that criticism impossible. And this is not. I feel there's a combination of guilt and naivety, and I called it earlier societal empathy, that has been holding that shield for them. And this is one thing I think the West they need. I'm trying to be practical, because if you want to go debate Islam and its framework and the Sharia law and the Hadith, it's never going to end. And another thing for the Muslims here, I'm coming from an Islamic country, and this conversation needs to happen in our region. They Muslims in general to stop avoiding, because they need to learn how to be tough enough to accept that you have to be criticized, just like any other religion. We have to have this tough conversation within the Islamic communities in the Middle East. And the Muslims in the West,
They have been trained to shut this conversation down. The moment it starts, they would call you immediately as Islamophobe. This is something they need to work on. I mean, like, this is a conversation those Muslims, Shia, Sunna, Sufi, Ibadi, I don't know, like Alawi, whatever, they need to have this tough conversation. They look at the Christianity. They went through a lot. The Reformation was brutal. It was violent. It was deeply destabilizing. I mean, Islam is facing the same thing. And the stakes are just as high. The question is not whether the reform will happen or will come, as Jason said, because it has to. The question is whether Muslims will lead that reform themselves or have it forced upon them, like this is what's happening now in Iran. I'm seeing it from the outside, which will be far more destructive and far less authentic. There are Muslims doing exactly this work, but they have been in prison in Egypt and in Jordan and in many places. So shutting the conversation by the name of for you, Masri, and for you, Dan. We have to stop.
I like your words.
She's so spot on. She is so spot on. It's unbelievable, and you've articulated it so well, especially with respect to coming into the U.S. culture and what we see, the hijacking that they've done of some of these even the recent No Kings protests, the hijacking and coming into those spaces of our left and start through the universities and actually younger than the universities, getting into these CRT programs and different programs within even K through 12. You're really spot on.
So, Lily, I have a couple of questions for you. In terms of, you say it must happen. That statement is in dire need of support. And what I mean by that is within Christianity, there is an ability to reform because there's a highly individualistic aspect of it that sort of came to fruition and created this internal dialogue within the religion and internal critique and great schism and all those things. What do you see in Islam that can promote that type of critique? Because from what I understand, any sort of change to the original text is extremely difficult, if not impossible. So there's no reformation in terms of changing the text. Critique of the founder of the Islam is discouraged to the point of being forbidden. So I don't see that direction coming to fruition. Like, where do you see that kind of reform coming from? And also, like the second thing, I just wanted to note that in Iran, what's happening right now is not a religious reform that is forced from the outside. It is a regime change. It's a change of the theocracy itself.
I would like to is on Nora, because she mentioned my name, and she mentioned about I have a chance for 2 minutes.
No, stop. I asked Lily, and then you can go after she answers me.
Okay, after Lily.
Lily, go ahead.
I mean, I feel like it's already happening in the region. If you go inside Egypt or Tunis or Morocco or Algeria or Jordan or Lebanon or Syria, yeah, like it sounds like it's not happening, but in real life you have contradicting voices. Even within Islam itself, school of thought, the interpretation of Quran, it's not as rigid. I'm just trying to be objective here, okay?
Yeah. Oh, could you point me
because
to any
for example, of course, okay, reformists, I would say what they call them al-Qur'aniyin, which their criticism, maybe they say that most of the violence comes from al-Hadith rather than Quran, and they rather focus on the
the texts that are more tolerant, and they try to contextualize the violence of that specific incident back before, like 1,400 years ago. So they try to come up with more tolerant interpretations. And those people actually, they're not really having the face, because the Salafis, for example, or more fundamentalist groups, Salafis, Ikhwan, which means brotherhood, and other extremist groups, they see them as infidels. They see them as they're not representing Islam. Like I gave an example of Tunisia. Tunisia, they're doing the work. They're trying to reinterpret the Quran from like a modern, more tolerant lens. I think the school of thought in Tunisia, it's more Sufism, Maliki Sufism, that's the way I call it. And you have a lot of existing law in Tunisia, like women, for example, they can marry non-Muslim, and it's allowed, even though in Islamic law, it's forbidden for a Muslim woman to allow to marry non-Muslim. But in Tunisian law, they came up with a new interpretation, and now it's allowed. Now they can inherit equally, man and woman. They have abortion law. So they have a lot of laws, secular laws, and they're backed by Islamic interpretations. And obviously, they're like local, like Tunisian. There is a very famous mosque. It's called Jama' Zaytuna, or Zaytuna Mosque. It's a very famous with its scholars. They're very modern. They're even saying that hijab is not even mandatory based on their interpretations. So you have a lot of people actually fighting against those Salafi, Wahhabi, Muslim Brotherhood, Qaeda, Ansar Sharia interpretations. But unfortunately now, the Salafi school, or Wahhabi school, Moderate Muslim Brotherhood school, which mainly they were funded by petrodollar, they're the dominant. But like when you go deep inside of that context, there are a lot of clashes. For example, you have Sunni and you have Shia. You have another school that is called Abadi, that is mainly in North Africa and in Oman. They're very tolerant. Even you see them as an example in Tunisia. There is a city called Jerba, the only city that has Jewish communities there, and they coexisted peacefully. So those Abadi group are actually different than the Sunni, and they don't follow hadith, and they have different interpretations. So there is a possibility, and there is a conversation that is going there, and a lot of people speaking out. But the sad thing is that those voices are not really there in the West speaking about Islam. The only form of Islam that you see, I'm not defending anything, I'm just trying to be practical here, so we can move forward.
Yeah,
I give a message to the West, but also this is a message to Masri and those Muslim people here in the room. Because they need to have this conversation, they need to come up with a new thing. And it's already there. You have example that you can build on.
Here, this is very interesting. I wrote down some names that obviously look them up. From what I presume, they're not very popular or widespread. But I would love for you to have a conversation with Phoenix, who is much more versed in the Quran and Hadith, to see what he says about those moments. Go ahead.
Fatmali, thank you so much. Okay, Laura, I really like the way you're speaking, and Ali, of course, the criticism of yours is very polite and very acceptable, of course. Of course, the way you are dealing, of course, will be reacted with the same way. So, no offense, of course, but you already mentioned about the Muslim Brotherhood. Respectively, you and Ali minimized Islam, which is much greater than being represented by others, countries, or individuals. You minimized Islam just by the Iranian regime and the Muslim Brotherhood. Well, for your information, the Muslim Brotherhood is considered as a terrorism group in Egypt. It was founded in Egypt already. Many of them are Egyptians already, but still they are considered as terrorism group, if you are not aware. And this Muslim Brotherhood were already supported by the US and UK more than any other Western country. With all warnings of the Egyptian side that these are terrorism groups, however, the West didn't really think about it unless it was get harmed by themselves. So the Muslim Brotherhood is not a representative for Islam and it is considered as terrorist group. That's number one. Number two, you say that it is supposed to be the Muslims should really accept being a criticism and the religion being criticism. Fine, with respect, of course. But if you really offense my religion, how do you think that I will react? I will offense back. So if you speak politely right now and speaking objectively right now, I will accept your attitude and I will respond with the same polite way as yours. And then we can talk about the steps you are talking about and we can talk about each one step by step. Ali mentioned about the way of the hadiths and the ayat and all the fatwas and all these things. Well, I tell you that there are some other people from the same basis, which is Islam, criticize these fatwas and all these things and all these bases. So why you are with one side against the other? And if you are criticizing Muslims about the fatwas and all these things, which many of them are wrong in my point of view, and wrong in the Azhar point of view, and of course, Nawar, you know what the Azhar is. It is like the Zaytuna Mosque in Tunisia and all these things. Well, why you criticize what is criticized already? And why you don't accept it that there are same fatwas, but from different representatives of other religions? And they also call for violence, killing, occupying lands and all these things in the name of religion. So why you just attack the Islam? And of course, it is, you know, as I tell you here, not all Muslims are the same or with the same ideology. Okay? So you are minimizing Islam to people or groups, which is Islam is much bigger than being representative, and these ideologies, which is Iran and Muslim Brotherhood, are not really representatives of Islam. As a proof, Egypt is an Islamic country. However, it made a revolution against the Muslim Brotherhood themselves because they took the Islam as a frame for political aims, much away from the Islam itself. So they were just like using taking the Islam as a religion, as a frame for their political views only. So what they did and their ideology and their methods is not Islam thing at all. Expressing and all these things, well, respectively, of course, it is not fair to say that in West years and you only criticize Muslims. I only had the chance just right now, here, as a demonstration, so many times I don't really have the chance to respond freely or speak freely. Very few, comparing to the others who attack Muslims and attack Islam, it is very few, so it is not really fair here. Lifestyle in the West. You may don't like the Islam because it is totally different lifestyle in the West. Okay, it's your countries, it's habits, you're totally free. I don't really have to be a gay in order to be in the West, or one of my female family members be lesbian, or I must be an alcoholic in order to be liked by you. I'm sorry, but the lifestyle of yours is already harmful in so many places and so many things. So many children of yours are not aware whom their real parents are. Is that really because of the religion, the Islamic religion? I'm sorry. But so many things in your Western in the lifestyle of yours is totally bad, and the Islam is against it, and you criticize Islam in that. And at the same time, there are so many beautiful things on your lifestyle. You really care about education, you really care about the health care, and so many good things. So, you know, I must be fair and objective, just like you're trying to do, Nora, and I'm trying to be like you. Ali said that I cannot be an atheist, or say I'm an atheist in Iran, I will have my head cut and all these things. Again, you're minimizing Islam here, because simply you can say that I'm an atheist in Tunisia, in Morocco, in Algeria, even in Egypt, as long as you don't attack offensively the religion, then you will not really be punished. And the punishment here in Egypt is not about cutting your head. You will be in prison, of course. Same thing when you attack Christianity or Judaism, because the law is comprehensive about attacking religions. The religions and the holy goods.
But may I interrupt you a little bit?
One last thing.
Let her rebut some of what you're saying.
Just
Can you
one
dialogue that way, Asi?
Abby, just one last point, and I will be just yours. You're talking about, Nora, you're talking about the religions. Well, in Egypt, it is not allowed for Christian to get married to non-Christian as well, and in so many other places. So it is not really fair to say that. Abby, I'm all yours. Thanks for giving me the chance.
No, of course. So go ahead now. She wants to. I respect what you said, but this is what I really don't like when it comes to Islamic criticism, or if you want to criticize Islam, because you cannot demand to be taken seriously as a civilization and demand at the same time the immunity from criticism. This is not how idea survives, because I believe that every tradition still alive today survived because it developed like the capacity to be questioned and challenged and attacked and mocked and misunderstood. So Christianity went centuries of most brutal intellectual assault, and Judaism as well. It has been questioned and attacked and prosecuted for thousands of years. So when a Muslim says or you have this rhetoric of you cannot criticize Islam because you're Islamophobe, you're attacking my identity, you are actually saying my religion is too fragile to be or withstand scrutiny. This is the most damaging thing you can say about the religion itself. So I think you have to have, especially in the region, and Muslims here in the room, you have to have a thick skin. And the thick skin is not optional here. It is the price of participating in silence now from what's happening now in the West.
Didn't I accept your criticism now, Nawara, respectively?
Let me just give me just one thing. So you have to have this because you don't have the luxury of time right now. Because you can't stop. You have data. You have the terrorism index. You have that. And I'm seeing that in front of my eyes. I've been seeing my families here, children. They have been radicalized because the mosque they're going to, you have the sheikh in the mosque that is teaching him radical stuff. And you said that Christians they're not allowing themselves to marry from outside the religion. I'm not talking about the social aspect. I'm talking about the state. When I answered Andrea about the reform that is needed in there, I said in Tunis they have a law that is allowing Muslim women, Tunisian women, to marry a Christian without having to go through challenges or problems. It's legal now, but you don't have that in Egypt. I don't have that in other Islamic countries. We have to have this conversation. You have to have the tough skin. If you want to survive, if you want people to respect you, you have to be accountable. Instead of just shutting people's mouths by saying you're an Islamophobe, no, you have to question yourself. Why is that happening? Why I'm not really liked? Because there is a problem, and the problem didn't start in the West. It started in the region. It's within you. And that's not something unique for Islam. As I said, Christianity have been going through the same thing for centuries, but they had a tough conversation, and now it's time if you want to survive. And that's why I don't I just want to be practical in this. I'm just saying. So thank you so much for that.
Okay, I want to say just a few things.
I just wanted to respond, but after you.
Well, yeah, let me just, I'll be quick here. So, Navarro, lady, thank you for your comments. I think you have a very good, deep understanding of the mechanism, the kind of what is germane to the propagation and permeation of Islamic ideology in the West. Whether one uses the template or the manifesto of Muslim Brotherhood or anything else, we all call it soft invasion. And that soft invasion includes all of the categories of ways that Islam and Muslim Brotherhood, and organizations like that trying to stop the invasion of secular countries, Europe and US. And I think there's a quotation from Erdogan, from Turkey. Actually, he said that we ride the train of democracy to the heart of the Europe. And by riding is the Islamic ideology, the very serious Muslim, at least it pretends to be, and one would never know the leaders if they actually are or not. Yes, they are using openly the mechanism of the laws, particularly the separation of church and the state, which is beautifully explained or stated in the Establishment Clause of First Amendment of the United States. It's one comment that I wanted to make. Second, I think under action, in a sense, what is the mechanism that you find most useful in moderating Islamic ideology? In my way of thinking, and I may change this later, I highly doubt it, that Islam and progress are contradiction in terms. It's just not going to happen. If anything that you've seen is progress in the opposite direction, in being becoming more radical. So you mentioned that the one way to do this, in terms of find a way to moderate Islam without contesting towards the Quran itself, is the new interpretation of the Islamic, or particularly the Quran. You were mentioning this. And you also mentioned people who were attempted, a few people to do this, actually they found themselves in uncomfortable places like in jail and the rest of it. I do appreciate the wanting to interpret Quran in a different way. But there are, let me just finish this topic, but there are many other groups that actually interpret this actually in exactly the opposite direction. And they will tell you that their interpretation of Quran is actually correct. And these are terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and Al-Shahab, and I'm sure you can name the rest of them. So they will tell you that you have, or people who are trying to interpret Quran in a more moderate way, more aligned with the progress and the modernity of the times that we're in, they will tell you are wrong. So most of the Islamic countries, they're going in the opposite direction, particularly in comparing and contrasting, as others mentioned correctly, in 40, 50 years ago, Turkey, Iran, Indonesia particularly, which I know something about. So that's kind of one comment that I wanted to, by the way, I just want to land with, in terms of my comments to you, is I appreciate your understanding and what you're suggesting. It's good. I wanted to also address was actually the Egyptian, your comments. Yeah, I don't have much to say. And what I have to say is, the Muslim people that I've spoken to in the clubhouse here, they're extremely sensitive. They get offended. Everything that's being said, even slightly. There are few exceptions, I would say. But most of them, they have really thin skins. They will not tolerate even the slightest criticism of anything about Islam. And you're absolutely right. A sign of confidence about your belief system and ideology is toleration, and also being able to stay quiet and listen to what's being said. And you mentioned correctly, maybe the opposition has something to say that maybe some value in it in terms of the way they see your way of thinking, and then you come back without being offended. If you're going to be offended, this is not the place to be. Just you're going to get offended all the time. I get offended just about every day in these rooms. I have more to say, but I forgot what I wanted to respond to you. I leave it at that because I know others who would like to speak.
We have a queue. I just wanted to, one of the comments that was made that was comparing and contrasting other religions, and Masih, I think you said this, when you were talking about things like fatwas. We don't have fatwas in Judaism, and I don't believe there's fatwas in Christianity. If you could tell me where that is, but with respect to in 2026, there's no fatwa. There's announcement from the rabbis to go, and I don't believe that the priests or the pope or the pastors go in front of their congregations and have. So I just want to say that.
But Abby, the Pope literally did that.
What did the Pope do? What are you saying,
The
Jason?
Pope literally did that. The Pope proclaimed crusades, okay? And all the
In
Christians
2026?
No.
I'm not talking about. I
No,
can
you
go.
need to think. You
No,
need to think
Jason,
this way. You need to change your thinking. 500 years is not a long time.
Jason, I hear you, but I specifically said 2026 for a reason.
Okay.
Because
It wasn't
today,
that long ago.
in
It
20,
wasn't that long ago.
Jason, I'm not thinking the past. I'm saying from 2026, we don't call fatwas in Judaism, and I don't believe they do in Christianity.
They don't anymore,
However,
yes, but we had to beat down on the Pope
and we also
for hundreds of years.
we had lots of I was talking earlier in the room, you weren't in here, about some of the ills of King David. I mean, there are lots of things we can point to in the past of the religions, but today in 2026, a fatwa was called, okay? And it was not called in Judaism or in Christianity. And that was just a compare and contrast point I wanted to make. But there are also other people. Marshall, have you spoken yet?
May I just correct that?
No, wait, hold on. Marshall's been in the room. He yielded his time to the other senator from Texas. Marshall, do you want to speak?
No, I'm okay for the moment. I'll listen.
Okay. And then Ocean, I'm just making sure everyone. Norma's in the room. Is anyone? Okay. Before I go back to you, Mercy, I'm not trying to cut you off. Tam, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I would like to ask you a direct question if you are not going to take anything personal, Abby.
I'm not taking that personal at all. Go ahead.
So, I mean, in my opinion, we are so divergent from the topic of this. I really would like to talk about Iran and also Palestine. We're talking about so much about Islam that it's just really bothering me. And that being said, so you are telling me the Christians, and especially evangelist Christians, are so much innocent and so innocent that if they are bombing other countries, it's not killing. It's just a casualty of the war. But fatwa is a big problem because one person is killed in the western side of the Middle East or western side of the globe. Do you agree with me or you're not agreeing with me?
No, I'm not agreeing with you at all. Calling for a fatwa against Solomon Rushdie, by example, it is not something that a rabbi in St. Louis or in New York is going to call, nor is Pastor who's running one of the biggest evangelical church going to call for a fatwa. That's the point I was making in 2026. I understand Jason's point, but today we're now in modernity. We're in a different time than 500 years ago, and you're not hearing it in Western churches or Western temples, but you are hearing it in mosques. Go ahead, Andre.
I would like to pose a question. Like, what would be the equivalent of fatwa in the Christian or Jewish context?
I mean, historically, the Pope used to do these things, Andre. They used to excommunicate people. They used to say people were heretics. They used to say people were heretics and deserved death. Okay, there were several things that they would do. All right,
that's a misconception. I mean, what you put tied to it, perhaps, is something like what Turku Mura was doing, right, with the Inquisition. But the very concept of like hunting down an individual, like putting a death sentence on them.
If they're a heretic, if they're a heretic, they deserve death historically. Okay, declaring someone a heretic would make them
excommunicate them from the community.
No, not just excommunicate them. They would communicate a death sentence. All right, and excommunicating someone to the person who was a heretic. Okay.
No, and I appreciate if you take the turn.
Excommunicating someone would mean that they lose all of their property, all of their rights in the society, because you're basically not a member of society anymore if you're not a Christian.
Yeah, but that's not recognized religion. Jason, that's not equivalent to fatwa. It's not an equivalent of putting a death sentence. So
Then declaring them a heretic is, okay? You could be sentenced to death for being a heretic.
So that's what I said. The only thing that you can tie to it is perhaps inquisition, but that's a long stretch.
Okay, we have someone new. Hold on, Nasi. Someone new on stage. Lale, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I think the comparison is apt, but the Catholic Church could declare someone a heretic in medieval Europe, and heretics were sometimes executed. Certainly not all fatwas now are a death sentence, but some are, and we certainly don't have in any Christian or current day part of the constitution any way in which a global threat to kill someone is in 2026 evident. That doesn't exist. I mean, I challenge anyone to find it. We don't. Has it existed in the past in Christianity? Sure, but you'd have to go back several hundred years. And again, this bizarre sort of way in which fatwa can mean many things, including a global, search, destroy, find, and kill. Yeah, fatwa can mean something in civil and religious law that has nothing to do with that. The fact is, the way it's used here is it's a command, go and find that person. We do not have a search and destroy in any other Abrahamic religion. That just isn't true. I'm done.
Thanks.
Yeah, but it took us hundreds of years to get to that, okay? And development is hard. Or took you guys, I'm Buddhist, so I don't have this problem. But it took you guys hundreds of years to get to that. And it will take Muslims a little while to get to it. Okay, they were not modern 100 years ago, or 50 years ago, or whatever. They were still backwards. They're still backwards now. Okay, how long did it take the English to give up on executing people for being heretics? Okay, it took a really long time.
So you have to go back several hundred years. There isn't a modern day equivalent. There isn't even an Enlightenment day equivalent. We don't have one. I mean, when is the last one you have? And Islam has been around since the 7th century. It's not the Baha'i, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
So to Ali's point is the Islam was kind of on the rise in terms of its progress and like technological development and stuff with the Al-Andalus and Cordovan Caliphate, and then since it reformed, it actually has been digressing. So what I'm really interested in, I'm going to look into what Lily was saying, like where is that kernel of reformation that will allow it to be more tolerant and coexist with others? Because so far, like those two features that I mentioned, like all-encompassing nature of it and expansionist nature of it, it makes it very aggressive and non-tolerant towards any kind of neighbor unless it's in minority.
So Jason, another point is perhaps you may be right. It takes another 200-300 years of struggle, moderation, different interpretation of Quran and the rest of it. But if we, the secular countries, and America is going to be what's the good word here? The playbook, or to be the victim of the maturity of Islamic ideology, we're not going to take it. We are opposing it. So we, in a sense, what you're thinking, that maturity will come at a cost. And that cost probably is projected towards the US and secular countries. And we are not going to pay a price in terms of terrorism, actions of violence, the human rights. And there are enclaves in European countries of Muslims. Actually, they do practice Sharia law in the heart of London. And so if the maturity is will come to Islamic ideology at our expense, thank you very much. We don't want it. We reject it. We oppose it. So they can go and mature within themselves and victimize themselves, which they are, themselves, that's correct, yes. But we are not going to be a treatment for their maturity. That's not the price we're willing to pay. That's the price they have to find within their own society.
That's totally fair.
To mature. Yeah, well, thank you. As long as you get my point. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Now is not the time. Some Islamic communities modernize more quickly than others, and progress is uneven, and we should be sensitive to that fact. Okay, and I mean the first wave of Algerian immigrants to France was very well integrated. Okay, later waves of Islamic immigration to France, not so integrated. These are you just have to keep your ear to the ground and pay attention to what's going on and recognize that this is a long process and we don't get to decide the time scale it occurs on. That's absolutely right. And we don't want to pay a price. We don't want to undermine democracy or whatever. So certainly what we're seeing in America with the Somali community in Minnesota, what you see in the UK, what you see in France and Germany, all of these things are bad, and we have to, the political establishment has to make adjustments to prevent these problems from growing. Okay, that's the reality. And in 50 years, maybe it won't matter. Maybe in 20 years, maybe in 100 years. But that's something we've got to observe and think very hard about. Okay, but we're saying the problem is Islam. I'm sorry, you can't solve a problem like that. You're not going to get rid of Islam. I mean, millions of people, billions of people practice Islam. And those countries are changing rapidly. So some of them will surprise us, some of them will disappoint.
I mean, isn't it kind of like when I hear this modernization or Islam isn't modern, what I hear is that Islam hasn't decided to forget everything that's in the religious law, and the West has decided to forget about it. Is that what modernization is? Forgetting about the law and just picking what you like out of it?
Yeah, that's basically modernization. Modernization is setting aside religious law and engaging with a separate discipline of public policy. Okay, which is not an easy thing to do. It's not an intuitive thing to do. But at some point, when you're setting up a bureaucracy and so on, people realize, bureaucrats are not priests. People who run the government don't have religious insight or religious authority. It's hard enough to train them to be able to run the government. So I don't want them to decide things in matters of religion. They can't do it. They are not people who can be trusted with that responsibility. So now we have to rethink what we're doing and say, okay, public policy people, you get out of religion now. Okay, you don't have anything to say about religious matters. If something is a religious matter, it is something that public policy people have to shut up about, as opposed to the idea that public policy people and priests are somehow in the same tent. Okay, and that's a hard reality, but that's that doesn't. Alternatives to that don't seem to work very well. I'll be really frank with you, Sydney. You can't have people who are bureaucrats implement the religious law or give religious advice. They're bureaucrats. They're politicians. That's what they are. They're not priests. They're not saints.
May I ask you a question, Jason?
Yes, sir.
I think me and you, we are on the same side in regard of the. I don't want to change the topic, but based on your what you shared, and I didn't understand half of it. Excuse my English. I have a very quick question. French is charging $500 billion from all of the colonies in Africa, and the government of France have a high say who becomes the president of each country. How we cannot accept the immigration, all of those innocents from Africa to Europe, when you are not allowing all of those countries or Middle Eastern countries to have any kind of economic future. Right now, the economy of my country, Iran, is doomed. Doomed. At least 30 to 40 million people are going to be jobless. How we are going to resolve that problem?
You might want to get rid of the regime. That would
So
might help you.
we give my government, no, I guess handle my government to the hands of the Federal Reserve and Fairchild family.
No, Tan asked the question to me, and it's very simple, Tan. Colonization is one of the best things that has ever happened to the world economically. If you're concerned,
why they didn't let Hitler to have a colonization?
If you're concerned,
why
because
isn't Hitler German?
Hitler doesn't know how to do economic development. Okay, the British knew how to do economic development. Hitler did not. Okay, Hitler never economically developed anything. Okay, he was only a king or whatever he was, a dictator, for 12 years. All right, and he never economically developed anything. Colonization occurred over hundreds of years, and it was one of the best things economically.
This is the whole question.
You're interrupting me now, and I'm trying to answer your question. Okay, colonization was one of the best things economically. Handing your government to the Federal Reserve and the Rothschilds and whatever else, one of the best things that could ever happen. All these people were like, oh, the Jews controlling the economy and whatever. Well, we've had hundreds of years of incredible economic growth under the Jews if they're controlling the economy. Okay, if that's what they're doing, it's been great. Okay, it's never been.
Who's we?
Oh, and for the record,
it's the whole world.
For the record, there's only
tremendous growth.
Just for the record, Jason, there's only one Jewish person that's still in the Rothschild family. They all married out. It's a Christian family.
It's a joke.
No, it's an evangelist. No, it's a Christian evangelist family now.
Yeah, it's a Christian evangelist family, so it's still alive.
They just want Satan to come to Jerusalem.
Yes, but look, those people lead a lot of economic development. Okay.
No, I'm just going to make it very simple. Jason, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to make it very simple. Let's just write a letter to Trump and ask him to nuke Isfahan so Iran will just get out of the map so we can have peace in Israel. You recommend that?
Excuse me, Tan, what happened all these years of sanctions? Where was the voice of the people? Like, where was the rising up? It's not the first moment of economic issues. Iran's had issues. They've had sanctions. The sanctions have gotten tightened. I mean, they got loosened up under Obama, got tightened up again when Trump came in the first time. So, like, this is not new to have economic issues there.
So you believe that we have to invade other countries?
No, I think Iran.
I'm a U.S. citizen. So we have to invade other countries.
I absolutely think we have to protect our nation. I think we have to protect our nation, and I think.
So you believe Iran? No, sorry, Jason. I'm so sorry.
Not only do I believe, Tan, that we need to protect our nation. My father was a Marine who protected our nation in World War II. And I had come from a family of people that were military, protected our nation. I'm sorry that you don't believe that. Maybe you should enlist, and you know what it'll feel like to protect our nation.
Look, Tan, the U.S. is a maritime order. There is a system of prosperity and security that goes along with that. And countries that threaten that, yes, we invade them, and we try to destroy them.
How you do not want East of Asia to raise economically and China to control the international.
We want them to grow and raise. We want them to grow. We helped China to grow.
But in the interest of the corporations in America.
No, we help them to grow, to keep them out of the Soviet sphere of influence.
Very quick, then I have my doubts that you're U.S. citizens for two reasons. You identify yourself with Iran more so than we United States, when you talk about my country, you were speaking about Iran. And now, for some reason, you have the interests of Southeast Asia above the interests of the United States. So I highly doubt that you're United States.
You have every freedom to think about what you think. But
I think that too. I think that's a good call, Andre.
It's allowed for Tan can maybe bear ambiguous testimony there. But Tan raises a good question, and the reality is, Tan, that we helped China to enter world markets. We helped them to enter the largest market in the world.
But you are missing the point, Jason. There are 1 billion Chinese people, and at least 80% of them are living with $30 a month.
That's not the U.S.'s fault. That's China's fault.
China, you're talking about?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
but that's China's fault.
That's
China's fault, Tan.
And by the way, we also have legislated, and we're getting stronger in our legislation to limit how much China is owning in the United States. You know, there's a big issue there, and there was a big issue with China running our ports and managing our ports, and there's a lot of legislation now to limit it because of the influence and the push that they're trying to have within our borders.
So let me address this directly. So Ali, wait a second. Please wait a second. I waited so long. So Eddie, you are telling me, Iranian-born whoever, I have to give up all of my love and interest for my homeland, and I have to totally become American, convert from Islam to Christianity.
No, I wouldn't say.
I have to shut
When would I say that?
No, wait. Let me finish, Abby, please.
No, why would you say that? Why do you think that? Why would you want to convert? I just said if you're an American citizen, you should protect your nation that you live in.
Are you an IRGC supporter, Mr. T?
Yeah, Mr. Tan.
Of course I'm not.
Bye, babe. Semper Fi, join us. You're not an American citizen. No way.
Okay, Abby, let me make.
And if you were
an
American citizen,
there's a hate.
if you were an American citizen, then when I say that we have to protect our nation, you wouldn't have a problem with that if you were an American citizen.
Oh, so if you're protecting the nation on behalf of killing all of the Iranians, like this is what you're
talking about? They're killing IRGC members.
Yeah, I have no problem with them killing IRGC members. Why would you have a problem with that?
All of that missiles are so clean that they are not having.
Oh, they're amazing.
There's no civilian
IRGC. Bingo, guys.
Okay, whatever. Okay, then thank you. So it's my real highway.
Thank you.
Well, Tan, look, we've entertained a lot of your questions.
So Tan is saying that Iranian people are in a miserable, horribly bad condition, and he directly blames the U.S. for it. He's speaking that Iranian people, they're sitting there, and suddenly, whoops, we are in trouble. There is a pattern, there is a reason that these serious sanctions are being imposed on Iran. And I don't have to tell you, maybe I should tell you. The reason should be obvious to you. This is a menacing regime that has terrorized its own people for 47 years and has terrorized the region, and it supported the organization within the region to cause havoc, destroy practically a country like Lebanon, and seriously attacking Israel and with many different ways. So it is a self-inflicted wound that this government of Iran has imposed on itself and on these people, so that they're people. So that's kind of one comment. So you can't blame the EU sanctions. You need to look back at your government, which is, you presumably say my country. I guess you have some kind of admiration or for this regime. Number two, if you are the citizen of the United States, at the minimum, you have to afford, you have to have this sentiment of at least assimilating or integrating into the country of the host country who has given you come to the bosom of this country. You enjoy all of the freedom being afforded to you within the, at least in principle, in the Constitution of the United States. And you can practice, as Abby, you mentioned, I have to leave my religion behind. Nobody says, as a matter of fact, that's the First Amendment. The first thing that out of the Bill of Rights is exactly that. You, as a Muslim, you can come to this country, which you say you are, and people doubt it, and then you can practice, whatever you want to practice, as long as you do not break our secular laws.
So you're putting word in my mouth.
No. Wait a second. Let me land with this, Andre. So, at the minimum, we expect you when you come to this country that at the minimum, some form of integration, maybe assimilating in a sense, into the political, cultural, societal aspect of this country. But of course, you can maintain some sort of cultural kind of whatever, food, clothing minus the hijab, I would say, seriously, and praying in the public squares. Which, by the way, I'm going to land with this very quick, Andre, is kind of interesting. We never see Muslim women actually praying in the public squares along with their men, and particularly I would like to see them praying among women in the yoga pantsuits to make it easy for them, but you don't see
Ali, I need to ask Tan a question. Tan, tell me about when you became a U.S. citizen. Do you remember when that happened?
What does that have to do with this point?
Just tell me about the moment.
No, wait a second. Abby, wait a second.
I asked a question. I asked a direct question. Tell me about.
She's interested.
Tell me when you became an American citizen.
This is not.
Tan, tell me when you became an American citizen.
Yesterday.
When did you take the oath of citizenship?
Yesterday.
Where'd you take it?
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Yesterday you took the oath of citizenship. Tell me what you said when you took the oath of Tell me what you said when you took the oath of citizenship to become an American citizen. Tell me what the oath is.
So, Abby, you're telling me.
Let's recite the oath together, since you're an American citizen and you claim to be an American citizen. So, shall we together recite the oath of citizenship? Would you like to do that with me? Would you like to repeat it, or do you want to say it first?
Not for the government of U.S. For the people of U.S.
So what happens when one becomes an American citizen? Who would like to tell me what the oath is to become an American citizen? Anyone in the room know? What do you have to renounce? You have to renounce allegiance to any foreign prince, state, or sovereignty. That's the first part of the oath. Then you have to pledge to defend the U.S. Constitution, the laws, bear arms, or perform national service if required to ask in full loyalty.
We're in the U.S. Constitution. We're in the U.S. Constitution.
I took an oath to defend and uphold the U.S. Constitution.
Let me answer you.
Did anyone else in the room become a U.S. citizen and take the oath? So, Tan, tell me about when you took this oath. Thank you, Andre. Shall we go on with the rest of the oath?
Should I just shut up?
I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Wait a second. Should I just shut up?
No, you should answer the direct question. Where'd you take the oath?
No, I believe this current administration is attacking Iran for the interests of the government of Israel. This is my opinion.
You have an opinion that we should live on Mars, but I asked you where you took the oath.
You don't let me speak. Thank you.
Okay, no. Let's go this way. Okay, this administration is defending Israel. So what? Didn't IRGC started saying dead to Israel, dead to America? Didn't IRGC started getting Americans hostage for fucking over a year? Didn't IRGC fucking bomb U.S. Embassy in Beirut? Didn't IRGC kill over 1,000 Americans and fucking took the nation as a hostage of 90 million people? What are you talking about?
Let me answer this question. Let me answer you.
What's the next one? The organization who actually helped Iran during the 8-year war with Iraq? They did Operation Oprah. They sent the military equipment. So what happened to these lunatic Muslims going saying dick to Israel, dick to America, dick to England, and all that bullshit? They just started it. If someone has slapped your kid, what are you gonna do?
And Tan, Israel's an ally.
Oh my God! Thank you so much for slapping my kid. What are you gonna fucking do?
Tan, Israel is an ally.
Supporter.
Do you know what an ally is? Do you know what a country is when it's an ally? So what's the problem?
May I answer, Ocean, or should I just shut up?
I don't know. Maybe you should answer my question first. Be honest. Are you an American citizen?
I have
You said
no
you
problem.
are.
I have no problem to leave the room if you want me to, Abby.
Well,
Don't do this
I'm
to me,
not.
please.
Just answer me.
I was, and I have been enforced to make a choice between this and that since I was born in Iran. I am a minority Sunni, and this government or this IRG or Sepah is killing Baha'is in my country. So you didn't have and you never felt that pressure. So please don't judge me.
He's not a U.S. citizen. And what do you mean I never felt that pressure? Let me tell you what it's like to have...
Which city in Iran you're from? Which city?
Gorgan.
You're in Gorgan. You're from Gorgan.
Yes, sir.
Ocean, don't you speak Farsi? Yeah. I can tell by his accent he's Iranian. Obviously can tell, but it's not about that. It's about that he's lying, like constantly lying. First he goes like, I'm a U.S. citizen. And we know he's lying about that because he cannot fucking answer the question. Now he claims that he's a Sunni Muslim, and he went through a hard time in Iran because the vast majority of Iranians are Shia. Come on, stop with the bullshit. Just say Allah.
Why you're putting word in my mouth? Okay, this is what we have.
I have a question.
No one is going to force this guy to admit he's IRGC realistically. It's not going to happen. All right. We can of course maintain our own opinion of Tan, and we probably just shouldn't be that interested in his biographic details, because biographic details don't support or detract from an argument. Okay? They don't. And whether he's an American citizen, if he is an American citizen, it doesn't mean his arguments make sense. They don't make sense on their own merit. Okay? And yeah, so he adds these details, just ignore them. That's all that you can do with them.
I think it has to do with veracity, Jason.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Tan, in your opinion, don't you think that the IRGC created the environment for the U.S. and other countries to intervene?
For how you're talking about the recent years, or you're talking about the last 4 years?
Both.
So when you're talking about IRGC, I think they have at least 1 billion members, and they have so many different regions, so many different soldiers. When Jason is talking about Soleimani, he's addressing the Sepahian of Fatimian of Quds, who is having an international terrorist attempt to operate outside of Iran. And the main source, all of this army people is getting money, is they are transporting drugs from Afghanistan to Europe to make money. And that creates a lot of problem in the region. Why I have to support the sick people? The problem that we have in Iraq, I was born in 1980. Either you have to accept the government pressure or you have to shut up. I immigrated to West to not have that pressure. And right now, just because I was born in Iran, I have a lot of problems.
Okay, but
either I have to, sister, either I have to just shut my mouth and not express my opinion, or did anyone just, reject me in my job, in my traveling. I am supporting the fate of Iranians in the hands of Iranians if we are going to have a democracy. And I do not appreciate the foreign invade in World War I, in World War II, CIA operation in my country, and we are suffering for that. I have no say about Iranian government. And whenever I travel back to my country, I have to explain to those stupid people why I'm traveling every year. So you guys
guys don't know which kind of hope.
Okay, what's the way for you in order for you to get rid of this regime? Like we have seen that multiple times.
Do you really think if any Western puppet come to the power, they're just going to give interest of the people, or they're just going to give interest corporation of the
Did the IRGC
do you think the current, no, sister, do you really think the current president of Syria will provide any services for the economy of Syria?
I don't believe that Bashar served the Syrian people, and I also don't believe that Iranian.
I have to ask you, John. Do you think that the current Prime Minister of Japan serves the interest of the Japanese people by doing what America wants? What about the current leader of South Korea? What about the current leader of Germany? There is nothing wrong with bowing to the Americans and serving the American interest. That is how countries get integrated into the maritime system of trade that the Americans maintain and protect. That will make Iran a wealthy country. Will Iran be able to pursue its own?
I don't believe that.
All those countries are wealthy. South Korea is a wealthy country. Germany is a wealthy country. Japan is a wealthy country. These are countries, okay, South Korea, no, we didn't destroy them. Japan and Germany are countries the United States completely destroyed. Okay? They are wealthy countries today. South Korea is a country we completely dominate.
Yeah, but Jason, I think his point is that, the United States meddles in his country. They appoint the Shah, they help him get in power. Then they take him out of power. Then they put the IRGC in power. Now they're taking the IRGC out of power. Like, I kind of get what he's saying,
IRGC.
No. Let me answer you, Jason. Let me answer you. I think Obama, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, they all was implanted by CIA, and 20 years after, you're bombing those countries. Wait a second. 20 years later, you're bombing those countries.
Those people did not cooperate with America.
Yeah. Saddam switched over from the US dollar to the euro.
You guys are missing the point. No, you guys are missing the point. No.
We switched you back to Iraqi oil production under the US petrodollar.
You cannot fail to cooperate with America. If you cooperate with America, if you're concerned that we'll get a government that will
you're sounding the limits there
and serve the U.S. interest.
Okay, Jason, you must be in the GC or we will kill you.
Jason.
Then stop being an animal, shoot.
Wait, how is it being an animal?
You're a dog.
You're quoting it like the United States is like
from the state.
Forcing them pay.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. It's Jason's show. This is Jason's room.
It's Jason's show. He does this every night.
He's super fucking autistic.
There is no country that has served the American interest, and it hasn't turned out well for them.
Always note that black and white photos always say something about the character of the person that they have no criminal
stage. Okay.
I'm just here talking like that.
Okay, wait. I'm muting you guys. Come on. Don't make me mute everyone. Try to stay on topic.
So, look.
Why don't we let somebody other than Jason talk?
He's a dog. Okay.
I left like an hour ago. I came back. Jason.
Same thing. Shoot, kick him. Okay. So look, Tan, that serving the U.S. interest is good for your country, and you should expect your leaders to serve the U.S. interest.
Are you being serious about this?
I'm serious. Yes. This is exactly how. This is exactly what has happened for Japan.
So, what's that?
Are saying that every country that wants to stand on their own is better for America. Other than that, they're going to get invaded?
No, they
Shut up, shoot. Shut up, shoot. There is no standing on your own. This is a maritime system that we all benefit from.
that is protected by the United States. If you do not, you guys, Ali, you need to kick.
If you don't pay the jizya, we kill you.
Okay. So,
but we are standing on our own. Why do you think you can decide for us?
No nation is fine on their own.
Oh,
they are in a state.
We are not. Why do you think you can decide for us?
No, Abby, if you don't realize Jason's trolling.
No, I know, guys, Jason, Alan came on stage. I need Alan to get a little sense here.
This is pure bullshit. This is pure bullshit.
Alan up in there?
Nah, look, we are in a frame. We are in the international realist frame is one of international anarchy. Nations do not stand on their own.
I hate white guys that convert.
They get taken out. They get taken out on their own.
Jason, I think
what happens
Jason,
to them.
you're more educated. Jason, you're
like white people, like Hinduism and Buddhism are always like the worst people.
Okay, guys.
Okay, everyone mute. I have new voices on stage, so Alan's going to speak, and then now you can speak after Alan. Okay? And if Alan gets interrupted, I'm going to move you.
I just said this is why nobody likes the Jew.
Well, Alan and I like each other, and I'm the Jew on the stage. So go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, thank you.
And at some point we will talk about Swalwell, but not now. But
yeah, Swalwell. Yes. Anyways, Iran has done stuff to the U.S. U.S. has done stuff to Iran. We don't get along. But Iran is fucking with our economy and fucking with our neighbors in the Middle East that we do get along. To the previous speaker's plural voice, yes, in the past, the United States has built up the countries that they defeated. We make no promises now. Now, again, my complaint is with the IRGC. It is not with the Persian people. I like Persian people. I like the fact that they come from the Middle East. I like the fact that they are generally secular and they are not as madcap Islamist as other countries in the Middle East. I'm fine with them. But as far as your government, it's got to go. And my hope, though Trump wisely has made it clear, they're not seeking regime change because that would be too obvious. And all you have to do is have one guy in power who can declare on my IRGC and say, we defeated you. Wisely he said, we're not seeking that. But the IRGC is gone, and we can go back to a more secular, more reasonable Iran. And then guess what? Things will be good for you again. They will. Because then the West will start to trust you. They will invest in you. And then it's up to you as good negotiators and Persians, because we know you know how to negotiate.
Alan, I'm not Persian. I'm Iranian. There's a difference.
Move them down, Alan.
Yeah, well, if there is a difference, I don't care. Be a good Iranian, Persian, whatever you want to call yourself, that country that you live in, be a good negotiator and negotiate things in your favor. But understand that if I'm an American investing in your country, the deal is going to heavily favor me at first, and then over time, it can favor you. You want to know why? Because I don't need to invest in your country. I could invest in Saudi Arabia. I could invest in Azerbaijan. I could invest in Turkey.
or heaven forbid, I could even invest in Armenia. I don't need to invest in your country. So the deal has to be good for me, otherwise you get shit. Now, if you're smart, you will make the deal, because in the long term, it will be good for you, it'll be good for Iran, it'll be good for the people of Iran, and everybody wins. And that's what I want.
I really thought.
Thanks. All right, now wait, Rich, chill for a sec. So I have Nadiv and Na. If you, okay, do your joke and then Nadiv and Na.
I really thought when you said heavens forbid, you were gonna say Israel. And also I think that most of us would like you, Alan, if you stretch your words. So like this.
Rich.
I'm saying.
Rich is so worthless. Just kick him from the stage. Kick him from the stage. Rich needs to be kicked out of the stage.
I get your mouth,
Okay, let me let you in on a secret.
You're a little bitch, Shu. Shut the fuck up.
If I'm stretching words, it's because I'm trying to figure out what the next thing I'm going to say is.
Thanks, okay, Nadiv and then Na.
Let them tell you, just came now. I don't know what
Okay.
they're talking about.
Na, do you want to speak first then?
All I have to say
I just want to
is,
ask who said I'm not Persian, I'm Iranian, like what?
wait, let me just say something and then I'll leave. Iran was a country before even America was born. So they will be fine by their own if America leaves them alone. But you want your interest so much bullying this idea on us.
Well,
it was a kingdom, not a country.
This is not a rational way to look at it, okay? Countries a long time ago were strong.
Oh my God, Jason, come on!
Stop interrupting me.
It's not your turn.
You have to hear these truths.
Jason, it's not your turn.
Countries that were strong 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 500 years ago are not strong today. Okay?
Who said
and they
that? How are you measuring it? How are you?
Look, you guys need to listen to me. You guys need to listen.
Okay, wait. Hold on, everybody. Now, were you done speaking? You said
I'm just asking, how are you hearing that they're strong or not?
Okay.
By their ability to impose their will. All right? And you can look at many measurements that help you see that. Obviously, you cannot directly measure the ability to impose will, but you can indirectly measure by looking at GDP, productivity, the military's strength, how much steel.
America sanctioned Iran for many years. This is a factor that you need to look at as well.
No, it's not a factor. It's a sign of America's strength. Okay, that America can impose its will. That's what strength is. Its strength is being able to impose your will on another nation. All right?
No, that's bullying.
Well, it's bullying. Hold on. Jason, one second. No,
in a military realist context, that is strength. That is what strength. That is literally what Clausewitz tells you. That is literally what Clausewitz tells you. Strength is. What is it? It is that you can make the enemy do your will. You can make the counterparty do your will.
But in my language, the meaning of strength is not what you're saying. This to me is own bullying.
Well, hold on, Jason.
But I'm not in your language. All right. And you have no right to
fly from Nietzsche.
Hold on. Nah. 47 years ago, we had American citizens that were bullied and taken hostage for 444 days. Was that bullying to you? Was that behavior that's acceptable to you?
Yeah. Wait.
I didn't ask you, and I wasn't talking to you. I asked not. Is that acceptable behavior to take American citizens and hold them against their will for 444 days?
I don't get the relation of that
You
event
said
to
that,
what's
that
happening
we are
right now.
bullying. You said we're bullying
Sanctions.
Iran.
Sanctions. And
I asked you
sanctions and war.
how you feel about taking citizens of another country
And I'm saying
holding
that
them
doesn't have any relation
Yeah,
with what
and
happened.
Abby, she is right. Okay, it does not have any relation. Two wrongs do not make a right.
Jason, I'm sorry. It absolutely has to do
No,
with it.
it does not. Two wrongs do not make a right. Two wrongs do not make a right. And what I think needs to grapple with
100% analogous
is that,
to
Abby, that Iran was an independent country hundreds of years ago.
Yeah,
That
I
doesn't
remember
mean
when they took them.
Alan, thank you.
you
And
guys
Jason,
are saying this
Jason,
nonsense that you guys
Jason,
need to cut out.
Jason,
I haven't forgotten.
thank you. I haven't forgotten. Jason, you just mute for a second. Alan and I both.
Suppress what you're doing.
All right, that's Alan and I both were there. Alan and I both remember it. We don't forget it. And if you think that that's acceptable behavior, but you're concerned with us bullying, and you tell me that it's acceptable to take U.S. citizens and hold them hostage for 444 days, there's something very skewed in this conversation.
You're bullying me right now, Abby. You're bullying me directly.
Oh, sweetie, you don't know what bullying is. We already had the discussion of you having a veracity issue and lying about saying that you are a U.S. citizen when in fact you're not, and you got proven to be a liar. So let me go back to what I'm asking now. Is that acceptable behavior to take citizens from another country and hold them hostage for over a year?
And said I had to say, you're just bullying again because
I'm bullying. No, I'm not bullying. You're deflecting the answer.
No, because you don't like the answer. There's a difference.
What's the answer? You think it's acceptable?
The answer is we had no say to the radical Islamic in Iran. As a people of Iran, we have no say. So but the regime changed from America.
That's not what she's saying. She's saying we bully you. I'm asking if that was acceptable behavior to do to American citizens.
Is it acceptable? Wait a second. Is it acceptable behavior that CIA implant Shah again against Mossadegh? Is it acceptable?
You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
No.
He is exactly right. If you want to ask that kind of question, answer him.
Hey, I got to meet Pahlavi. I got to meet Reza Pahlavi. What a nice guy. I have a picture.
What a nice guy.
He's a really nice
Really nice guy, but not for us. Thank you so much. You can keep it in LA for yourself.
Yeah, no, he wasn't in LA when I met him, but thank you very much.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question for them. Is it acceptable for the Western world to invest in today's dollars what would have been $13 to $18 billion in infrastructure in your country, and then to have some dumb fuck, listen to me, shut up and listen to me, and then have some dumb fuck, say we're going to nationalize it and seize all of those assets that we spent our money in your country.
Well, Alan, don't worry, because dollar will not be acceptable anymore. You have to say bye-bye.
Guess what? The dollar is going to be fine. I'm not worried about it at all. See, this is the whole problem. It was theft. And what did the United States do? They got rid of that dumb fuck who wanted to steal. He's nothing more than a petty thief. He wanted to steal from the West, and the West and the CIA said, fuck you, and they got him out of power. You're damn right. That's what they did. There was no defense.
No, you cannot.
There is no defense for it. Absolutely zero defense. And you're basing all of your rhetoric and all of your victimhood on the fact that, the CIA interfered with us.
Alan, you have watched so much Fox News that you cannot think
You are fucking pussy.
Okay, I have a question.
And you know it.
I have a question.
Defend the IRGC, you are.
No, you're a bot. You're in here. You have no friends. You're not someone that has
How am I
substantial
a
time.
buzz when I'm talking to you?
Yeah,
That's
because
so funny.
you have
The
one friend.
intelligence of
Ocean, do you want to like figure out who she is?
Abby, I told you from the first moment this guy opened his mic. And Nah is his friend. I promise you that he pinged him.
Whenever you guys cannot hear the truth, you always bully.
I have a question too now. I have a question too now.
Yes,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
So you see the external sanctions squeezed and destroyed the civilian economy in Iran.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you are anti, obviously, U.S. imperialism in the region and against U.S. intervention in Iran. Is that what I'm understanding? I can't hear you. Can you answer?
She asked you a question, a yes or no question.
She's not so smart to answer that question, bro. I'm telling you.
Where are you guys enforcing her to answer? Where are you guys
Go back
enforcing
to my bias theory.
I just want to listen to her perspective. Now, can you hear me? Did you hear my question?
No, can you repeat that?
So I said you are against. It means that you're against U.S. imperialism in the region or U.S. intervention.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How about what's your opinion on people saying that the regime itself colonized its own people from above using theocratic authority and revolutionary violence? Plus, Iranian regime intervened and colonized Iraq, Syria, and killed more 1 million civilians in Halab and across Damascus, and literally supported Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is well known for its corruption. And she left. She can't answer.
You guys wasting your time.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, that's what we're dealing with. These one friend, zero friend people that come in and they have the IRGC talking points, and it just starts coming out. And Tam, hello. I don't know.
I'm listening. Go ahead. I can take it.
Yeah. What's your opinion? If you are anti U.S. intervention in Israeli, but on the other hand, Iran funded Bashar al-Assad for tens of years, and then in Iraq after Saddam Hussein and Hezbollah more than 20 years, and a lot of Christian Lebanese.
It's a one-way street. It's a one-way street, right? It's always Iranians' fault. So the Western countries.
Okay, before Gaza, before October 7th, we have Syrian refugee crisis. More than 3 million Syrians fled Syria after 2011, and more than 1 million civilians have been killed by Iranian proxy, including Hezbollah in Syria, and Iraq as well. A lot of Iraqi have been killed, and the Kurdish people will tell you the story, and the Sunni and other groups. And in Lebanon, Hezbollah, see what they're doing in Lebanon. They're controlling everything. It's a state within a state. This is long before October 7th, long before U.S. What's your opinion on that? If you are anti, interference, and
before
you are pro-life and you're pro-civilian,
before answering that,
and you believe in autonomy.
This question. He's gonna blame Israel. What?
I'm just gonna ask you a very, very honest question, and I'm gonna answer you. Do you believe in one-state solution for the conflict, or do you believe in two-state?
I'm not talking about Gaza and Palestine.
No.
Who called that?
I'm not talking about this. Why are you treating Israel
telling me.
conflict as
This is what you're telling me, sister. sister. This is what
She's not your sister.
I'm not.
She's not your sister. It's
Like,
disingenuous to
I'm not
call her
talking
that.
about.
So stop.
Listen, this is what I don't like about the Islamist and the so-called lefty, especially in the Arab region. They're very good at speaking anti-imperialist slogans, when in fact, in real life, they're the one who are supporting Bashar al-Assad, supporting Saddam Hussein, supporting Gaddafi, supporting Hezbollah as their, resistance group for the US imperialist project. While in fact, those actually leaders, they're killing their own civilians, millions of them, millions, literally. So what are you against exactly? Let me be intellectually honest. If you are against the crime itself, if you are against killing civilians, you have to be consistent.
So about what? I don't like any war. I don't like any war.
I don't see consistency here, and you're actually manipulating the narrative, especially in the West. You try to look like you're the victims, while in fact you're supporting those regimes. Like
just because I don't talk the way you like me to talk.
No, I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating. Listen, I'm not Karen. I'm from the region. I know what is there. So you can't lie to me. I know the reality. Bashar al-Assad and his father controlled Syria for, more than 40 years. And the Kurds will tell you the story when they killed them. Around maybe 180 civilians were killed in one night. In, I think, 1988. And nobody talked about that because nobody wants to talk about what the Muslims
all of the issues about Islam. We talk about Islam. Wait, please listen. If you want me to answer, please listen. So we had a very good, peaceful, intellectual talk. I thought, okay, I'm enjoying and I'm learning a lot of good things, and we are exchanging ideas. We had a very peaceful conversation. I especially really enjoyed ours. No, wait. But as soon as I said no, as soon as I just opened my mouth and expressed my freedom of speech, and I said as soon as that I said, okay, I don't like this war, and I believe this war is just going to create a lot of problems in the region. You guys all attacked me. So then I'm going to shut up now.
Feelings now. You're so much more than that. Happening. It's not about you. You can challenge my thoughts. I can challenge your thoughts. It's not about attacking you. I'm just saying that.
So someone can call me, you are fucking pussy.
Well, not talking about you personally. I'm just questioning.
No, that's not bullying. That's not bullying you, word.
What is bullying here? Like you wanted to answer my question that was given to Na before, and Na.
You're looking for the fast food McDonald's answer, and if I don't,
what's the McDonald's answers?
No, I don't think that's not what's happening. You get asked direct questions. You make up lies. We caught you in a lie, and you won't be accountable for it. So she's asking an opinion.
You're seriously attorney, Abby?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Billy. How are you?
Oh my God.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
It's not a lie. People like Dan usually use, quote unquote, the Palestinian cause to exert control and actually slaughter millions of innocent people all over the Middle East. That's been known for 40, 50 years. What you guys see today is the result of 50 years of brutal regimes all over being actually supported by the Iranians. And these people will always say, well, it's Israel. It's Israel that's destroying the region. Really? Who destroyed four Arab capitals? 4 Arab countries. Talking about Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. Right? Who brought death and destructions to these countries?
Okay, before I leave, I'm just gonna ask one last question.
Yeah.
No, I really would like to answer you.
But he wasn't finished speaking. Billy, why don't you finish speaking and then Tan, you can.
No, I mean, I'd like to hear the question.
If you guys don't mind, for the first time in the stage, I am just gonna ask Mr. Ali in Farsi and also in English, and I would voluntarily go to the audience and listen to his answer. But I would like you to just let me talk for just 1 minute in Farsi, and then I'm gonna translate what I said.
I don't think people are going to be very uncomfortable with that. And it's in the English-speaking room. If you don't mind, I'm going to speak in Hebrew to Nadim.
I mean, what do you expect when you come up on the stage and you lie? What do you expect?
So Billy, you want to continue?
There isn't much to say. Today, I live in the other part of because of those people, right? Who masquerade and pretend and sit in their ivory tower, think they have all the righteousness in the world to actually, liberate the Palestinian people. Meanwhile, they've done nothing to the Palestinian people, and we have statistics to support that. Actually, most of the money that was funneled to Gaza Strip to be rebuilt was from the Arab Gulf state. And guess who's bombing the Arab Gulf state today? They keep saying we're against Israel. We have a war on Israel. Blah, blah, blah. Imperialism. 88% of the rockets that were launched from Iran, they went towards Dubai, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. Less than 15% of them were launched towards Israel. They're full of shit.
No, you know why, Billy? Because they cannot reach Israel as much.
Oh, no. It's not about reaching Israel. It's not the rockets that reached Israel. It's the rockets that were sent towards Israel. That's the funny part.
May I answer that question, or should I just shut up?
Go ahead. Answer the question.
I'm just going to give some sort of the history fact. Ali can approve it or not approve it because he's from my region. And then I'm going to answer you. In World War I, around in 1917 to 1920, the population of Iran was 18 million. Half of those people died because the British Empire came to Balochistan and they bought every agriculture in the region. And Iran was a neutral country to that World War I. Again, Reza Pahlavi was neutral in World War II. And they said we are not going to declare any war to anyone. But still, 3 big countries came to Tehran. They didn't even visit the palace of the Shah, and they made a decision. The only thing that I'm trying to say, I would like to just share with you. Okay, I really would like Iranian to be free, but we cannot just exchanging people, hoping all of these bad people are gonna disappear in just one day. Mr. Ali can approve. Salak did a lot of bad things to the lefties just because they said they're allies of the Soviets. And we suffer a lot of suffering. And just exactly when I was born, after the revolution, a lot of people hanged by all of this radical Islamists that you guys are talking about. So Abi is telling me that he feels bad for U.S. citizens that they were in prison or hostages for 1 year. This government, these radicals, killed at least 50,000 people in just 2 days who were supporting Soviets and lefties. How should I forget all of the bad memories that happened in my childhood? And now the only thing that I'm expressing to you guys, hoping that you understand me, is I don't know what to do. I mean, like, when I'm expressing my opinion, I feel I have to get the kick from my hometown people, Iranian. They said that we are supporting US, and you guys are blaming me that I am supporting a terrorist organization, the only terrorist organization in the globe who is controlling everything in Iran. Economy, elections, culture, sport. We're going to have a World Cup in Los Angeles and California. Even every single player of that team have to be approved by this terrorist. Why you guys cannot understand that I suffered from these choices? I either have to be with them or against them. And I'm tired of that, guys. I'm tired of that. I just want a peaceful life, that I don't see innocent children are being bombed or killed from any sides. What's wrong with that? You answer me, Billy.
Two questions. Please answer me.
I mean, may I just answer? Because
yeah,
I mean, sure. The whole victim of speech was basically towards me. All right. Well, okay. I'm glad you're done playing your victim card. I think we all have suffered. We just don't hang it over our heads and walk around in different rooms and clubhouse and I've suffered. I've seen more. We've all
just
seen
shut
more.
the fuck up, man. I was being honest with you.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here's your blue colors coming up. Here we go. We can see that. Everybody can see it on the stage, by the way.
Let's just save your life.
Anyway.
Let's just end the discussion.
Anyway.
I will leave voluntarily.
Anyway. You know, I was down in the audience listening, and Nawada was speaking with you, and you're the one who brought the Palestinian cause out of the blue, right? Got it out of nowhere. But do you believe in one-state solution or two-state solution? What that has to do with anything? You might reach that you hate the Iranian regime, but you practice its mentality. That's your problem.
It's either my way or highway, huh? It's either my way or highway, huh? It's either my way or highway.
Hey, he let you speak, Tan. We all let you speak. Now someone's rebutting it. You gotta go on mute.
Well, if you don't realize what I'm trying to say, you need a lot of self-reflection, buddy. Hate the regime, quote unquote, which I doubt it, but I mean, let's say you do. But you do practice this mentality. It's philosophy, right? Whenever you're being a corner, you're going to bring up something that has nothing to do with the fact that your country has caused of death of millions for the last 30 years.
Not my country, the government of the country. There is a difference. You don't understand that.
Yeah, right.
There is a difference between people of Iran and the government of Iran. You are so uneducated.
I'm sorry. I don't see any difference, to be honest.
Okay, let's kill all of the Iranians then. Let's nuke this one.
Let me respond. I'm just saying your country has been the cause of death of millions.
Okay, let's nuke them. Let's kill all of Iranians. Let's just write a letter to Trump and ask him to nuke Isfahan, like Hiroshima. Let's just do it.
No. Here's a better solution. Just like the Syrian people tried to do and got rid of their dictator. Have some fucking balls. Go out of the street. Right? Protest.
Oh my God. The guy killed the
regime.
The president of that country killed a lot of Americans. He's a terrorist.
Let me finish. Instead of coming online and crying like a baby, have some balls, pick up a weapon.
Okay, no way. Billy, no, you do the same. You go to Tel Aviv. No, you go to the Tel Aviv. Go to Tel Aviv.
Why would I want to go to Tel Aviv?
Just because you are not in the war zone.
Here we go.
Because you are not in the war
So
zone.
Tan, again, Billy was speaking.
To do with anything.
Billy was speaking, and you're interrupting him. Let him finish.
What does Tel Aviv have to do with anything? Israel is a neighboring country. It's a member of the UN, right? It's a neighboring country to Syria, to Lebanon, to Jordan, to Egypt, to all of these countries. If there's a way for peace where it can guarantee the rights of the Palestinian people, anybody with their sane mind would take that. But the problem is that there was a course for peace talks between the major countries in the Middle East and the Israelis. Guess who brought all that to garbage? It was the Iranian regime who told Hamas, hey, there's something called 7th of October, guys. Go ahead and do that. Kill a lot of civilians, slaughter innocent people, and bring death and destruction to the rest of the Gaza Strip. I don't understand. What does Tel Aviv have to do with anything? I'm saying it's very simple.
Why
your regime? Oh my God! Here we go. Here's
But however, Billy will also add on that he made a comment that the Syrian regime, the Syrian government, killed all of these Americans. Let's talk about the Americans that were killed by Iran. We can start in 1983.
Why you have to
Let's talk about 1983 in Lebanon. Well, let's talk about Hezbollah killing soldiers at 231 and then went over a year later over to the embassy in Lebanon and killed how many at the embassy? And then we'll just go through the litany of attacks from proxies from the Iranian regime. So to say that they're not responsible for killing Americans and threatening American diplomats, threatening our president, the guy just got convicted, the Iranian IRGC, the national that had the attempt to assassinate our president. We've had members of the cabinet, secretaries in our cabinet that now have the ex-secretaries that have to walk around with security because of the death threats against them. Pompeo, Bolton. We had the Saudi ambassador sitting in a restaurant in Georgetown with an attempted attack by the nation of Iran. Well, let's say the IRGC. I'll put it on the ruling regime. On U.S. soil, the ambassador from Israel on U.S. soil, an attempted attack on his life. I mean, just let's keep going. This is not an innocent regime to American citizens.
Wait a second. So you are not agreeing with the historical fact that I shared in the beginning of my speech?
I am refuting when you said that the deaths of American citizens were on Syria's hands, and I am telling you that there are deaths of American citizens on the regime's hands. Many.
I said the current president of the Syria used to be a member of ISIS, and he killed.
We're not talking about Syria. We were talking about the Iran.
Anyway, thank you for the opportunity.
If I could jump in quickly.
Thank you. It was so great listening to you. By the way, please come back.
I wanted to jump in here. Tom, I don't know about the other people. I'm going to take you at your word. I don't know if you're secretly for IRGC, what your motivations are, but I'm going to take your statement and what you said at your word. I understand growing up in that environment is traumatic. I'll take you at your word for that. And I understand that a person's national pride can interfere with your perspective. I sense you feel a great pride for your country. Okay? Now, I will say this. I have made the distinction between the IRGC and the Iranian people. That is true. What is also true is ultimately America and the rest of the world can only do so much. If you truly want to rid your country of the IRGC, it ultimately is up to the Iranian people to do that themselves. And before you bring up the fact, well, they killed 50,000 in one day, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, that is horrible. And what I am about to say may seem callous, but as an American whose country killed 700,000 of its own people just to keep it together over its disputes, you need, as the Iranian people, need to impress us. It is that simple. I'm sorry, it is tragic that those people died. But if we don't see you out on the streets doing everything you can, and yes, I'm sorry, people are going to be killed. But if we don't see that, more and more Americans, the country is already largely against this war. And if we don't see something soon, public sentiment in this country will grow so great that America will have to pull out. And at that point, you're on your own. So, take this for what you will, and I'm taking you at your word, what you said. Okay, so take me at my word. The other thing is, if you're Iranian, don't bring up Palestine, don't bring up Egypt, don't bring up Israel, don't bring up any other issue except the fact, if you want to be free, bring up Iran, because it doesn't help your cause. It doesn't help your cause with Americans, for sure. So, and you're not going to get any sympathy from us based on that point. That's my advice to you, as from an Armenian to a Persian.
Okay, sir. I do have a lot of respect, and thank you for sharing that information with me. So if you guys have any other question, I would like to answer that, and I'm really sorry that I provide answers that you guys didn't like.
Well, I don't know for anybody else. I don't think, at least I can talk about myself, I don't think I have a power to just hit the enter power and just have the computer keyboard and use the delete shift and ask all of these IRG radicals to leave in that country.
Is that what the general Iranian public?
Or we have to deal with all of this problem, and we have to leave like a.
Does the general Iranian public want civil war? Do they want civil war?
I don't think Iranian people are stupid to go and kill each other, not knowing what's going to happen after that. Yeah, I'm saying I take the full responsibility that I just expressed my freedom of speech when I was in this country, and I'm really sorry that my honest and feeling really hurt all of you guys. So I apologize and take the responsibility. I'm not going to do the same thing again. I just trust the patient and intellectual that I was hearing, and I was really enjoying, because to be honest, I really don't want to hear anything about Islam. I'm tired of that stuff.
It's not about Islam, it's about politics.
Hold on just a moment. I'll be quick. I know you to the stage. So Tan, it's not about people liking or disliking your perspectives and your comments on this. It's about what are the facts. So we have an exchange of information in terms of what Iran has done in the region, and that's what we're interested. I don't think anybody is feeling bad or sad because of your comments. We're just engaging here, and to better understand and also be factually as much as we can to be correct. You are more than welcome, I think, in this room of seeing you can express your opinion, whatever that might be, but expect people challenging you and asking questions and trying to see where you're coming from and get your sources. So we're interested in the facts as much as possible. This is one. But also, I can tell you, your comments are so fragmented. They're so difficult to really understand and to see exactly what you're trying to say. What I can summarize here, that you claim that you are a U.S. citizen and you became a citizen yesterday. And I think that's what you said. And also you would say, as an American, I am free to express my comments any way that I wish under the freedom of the speech. And that's, if you're an American, that is certainly your right to do that. But besides this, I have no idea really what you're talking about. What is the meeting here? What is the core kind of thing that you want to get across? I was not able to grab it. So anyway, any response from you on this, because we got a couple other people on the stage that would like to speak. But anyway, thank you for participating. We move on to the next people. That's one. I'm sorry, Kenal Dash.
Knaidler.
Okay, nice name. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My question is more related around sort of the idea of trying to discern and break up this conversation between religious war and traditional warfare. I hear a lot of people come in and say, well, it's got nothing to do with religion. But are we being true to ourselves when we say it's got nothing to do with religion? Where the whole problematic root cause, understandably, comes from religious doctrine. I mean, I find it interesting. Is it kind of like, is it a tactic that people use when they say, oh, it's got nothing to do with our religion? This is a war over land, or this is a war over different opinions, or this is a war over oil, this is a war over petrodollar. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here. What is the root cause of this issue? And why is there this issue? And why is the focus of the root cause always pointing its finger towards the center of the Middle East, the Holy Land itself, Israel? I don't understand how one can try and cut out the idea of religion from this war. Can anybody answer that? Maybe from
but Israel got nothing to do with religion. Israel is there to be dominant for all the region and to change the way of trade from east to west, to south, north, through the Red Sea and India.
You see, when you say Israel has got nothing to do with
China, because Israel wants them to be involved, and that's why the government is having these problems in America, because American people cannot understand why they are involved in this war. They have nothing to do with it. They have no problems with Iranian. It's Israel who got problems with Iranian, and it's using the Americans to do its job.
Did you just hear me go through the list of incidents that Iran is responsible for to American citizens since 1979? I didn't read the 30, 40 incidents, including hijacking of Kitover flight. I didn't. So for you to say that Americans have no issue, and for our Secretary of State to feel there was an imminent threat, and for our president to feel it,
he brought it to himself. Your president went and brought this imminent threat.
President brought it to himself. Our president brought the actions of people marching in the streets.
Then I can hear you. Please, thank you. May I finish? Then I can hear you. Just to not disturb the people here. I'm sorry. So, for each call,
can you tell us where you're from? Can you tell us where you're from, Beethoven? Beethoven, it'll help us understand. Please, Beethoven, where are you from? Something hard to answer.
Why do you need this?
Is that a hard thing to answer?
Why do you need this? You need
Context. It's a good word, context.
No.
Where are you from?
No.
You're speaking of how you're telling us what Americans need and what Americans think.
You are one of
Where are you from?
You are not the Americans. You can
We are not
have
the
your own
Americans.
answer for your own.
Alan, are we the
All
Americans?
people here are Americans. You are not representing everyone here.
Damn right, I'm an American and I'm tired of these Arabs coming to
Don't speak on behalf of someone else here, please. He's a Muslim. He's a jihadist Muslim. That's it. No.
Where are you from, Beethoven? Where are you from?
I'm a musician.
That's what you need to know. I'm a musician.
Well,
So I know all these
Where are you
because
from?
I'm a musician. Okay?
Argentina?
So just let me finish what I started. Then you can say whatever you want, please.
Spanish or something.
Thank you very much.
Spanish sounds a little Spanish.
Oh, you will just get tired of guessing. So let me finish, please.
Colombia? You from Colombia?
No, he's a Turk.
I think he's a Turk. I think you might be right.
No, bro. Yeah. I'm a Turk. Okay. If it fits you, I'm a Turk. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
How do you feel about Armenians?
Please. Abby, you cannot run a conversation.
I can. I need
You need
context.
to understand.
You just made a comment about Americans. You just made a comment speaking for Americans. I asked you where you're from.
I'm sorry. I'm finished. I will not speak.
Okay, cool. Cool. Because you should. It's no problem to give. No problem Beethoven. Cool. Thank you. Cool. It's no problem Beethoven giving context on where someone is from. When you say you're speaking for
I'm
Americans.
speaking of my own opinion. I don't represent no one here. If you want to listen to this, okay. If you don't, it's okay also. It's okay.
Canela, what do you think? Think it's Spanish?
Look,
you will go out of the context if you just run this. So if I'm Spanish, what is this?
Is that Beethoven here has.
Anyways, America is running after Israel for no any objective that helps the American people.
This is all what Epstein filed. Let me ask you this question. Do you also think all this is what Epstein filed? Where did it go? Because you're probably going to say that as well.
It's the classic trope of just pointing the finger at where they think it belongs, and that's Israel in the story. That's what it always comes down to, Abby. We'll point the finger at Israel and we'll blame Israel for the world's problems. Yeah.
And honestly, even if it is Israel, which I know it's not, but even if it is, god damn, bro, they're good. There's 10 million of them in a tiny country, and they're doing all of this. Good job. I mean, amazing job, even if it is, even though I know it's not.
Look, Israel's paying a high price for this mess, but unfortunately, the lives that have been lost, far outweigh anything that's come before or coming after. And the thing is that Israel needs to continue to do what it's doing to get rid of this threat on its borders. And it won't stop until it's done. It won't stop until it is done. And, thank God for Trump, because, Trump is the only one who's actually had the cojones to come out here and deal with the world. You've got France, you've got Spain, you've got Germany, you've got Italy, you've got the UK, you've got the whole of Europe, which has effectively fucked itself up the ass because it doesn't know where to put itself right now. And, Donald Trump is now telling them, well, you didn't foresee this issue coming your way. Now you're going to pay the price. And unfortunately for Europe, I think they're way too far down the road. And then this recent altercation with the Pope is another interesting one. So I got to give it to Donald Trump. He really is facing up to everything that's thrown at him, whether you like it. And at the end of the day, he's just going to come out victorious because, 8 never wins. 8 never wins.
Yeah, and I want to say something about that. It shows how desperate the left is, that they would align themselves with a church that harbored pedophiles for decades because of their hatred of Trump.
I mean, we all understand the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That happens often in life. But to take the side of the Pope, no. It just shows how truly corrupt the left in this country is. Oh, and one more thing, and it's hypocritical of the church, and everybody's saying, oh, he's attacking the church, he's attacking the Pope, and the Pope is saying, I'm just a religious leader, ignoring the fact that throughout the centuries, the Catholic Church has involved itself in world politics, much to the detriment of the world, I might add. Not always, but often. And now they're claiming, oh, I'm just a religious leader. No, the church and the Pope know exactly what they're doing. They are trying to be political, and really for them, it's all about trying to get people to come back into the church, and they decided going woke was going to be the way to do that. It is.
Well, Alan, do you want to keep this room going? I'm going to jump out.
No, I can't.
My baby's asleep. Sword, I don't know if he's there. Ali, it's up to you. Otherwise, I think we close it down.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm left alone,
I think I'm going to sleep now.
All right, guys. This was good, and it's an interesting team effort on some of these, but we also got to speak to some interesting new people.
Yeah, if I'm left alone to mod, I go mad with power, so you can't trust me.
All right, we'll shut.
Hello, guys. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. How is the situation? How is the economic situation in the United States? Do you think Trump will lose the upcoming Congress election? Will they force him to stop the war? The gas prices? Will it stop him to stop the war or something?
The gas prices were higher with Biden. I think we haven't hit that number that we had with Biden. But midterms usually flip. Traditionally, I mean, historically, they flip. So I don't think that'll be a shock to anyone. I mean, you're asking how the economy, the stock market's performing well. We're not complaining. We've had some all-time highs in the last couple of weeks. Look at our market. I don't know. I mean, how do the employment numbers? I didn't see the employment numbers come out. The last ones. You might want to look at that.
What about the Congress election upcoming?
That's what I'm saying. That's the midterms. It usually flips. Traditionally, it will flip over. So we probably will see the House flip, not the Senate.
What do you mean about the flip?
Flip.
I mean, the
Flips.
Republicans will lose?
The majority in the House will probably flip. It usually goes from the party that's in power will flip over. If it's a Republican president, it will flip to Democrat. That's how it's traditionally, you can read about that. That's how it works historically. But the Senate, the elections that are coming up with the Senate and who's up for re-election will probably stay Republican.
Is it a big deal to stop the war? Or no, it's going on?
I mean, what do you mean by stopping the war?
I mean the Congress, upcoming Congress, the flipped Congress can stop the war, make Trump stop the war or not. It's something different.
Doesn't the commander-in-chief have kind of full rights? He didn't get congressional votes.
No, we haven't had Congress approval war since the World War II. And under the War Power. Are you talking about the War Powers Act? What are you talking about, Kami? I don't really understand what he's asking.
I think what he's asking, actually, Kami, if you don't mind me saying it, I think what he's saying is that if Donald Trump's Republicans lose the midterms and the Democrats come in as the sort of governing sort of power of Congress, I think that's how it works, then effectively they can overturn decisions regarding the war. So they can overturn all war-related decisions. So they can send all the ships back. They can, pull out of this war if they wanted to. At least that's what he's asking. Am I right, Kami?
Thank you, exactly.
There's certain aspects with respect to the War Powers Act and funding and appropriations and military appropriations that they could do to affect what decisions he makes with our military. And that way they have the power of the purse. But it would have to, if it goes through Congress, it would have to go to the Senate, and the Senate most likely will stay Republican.
God, the only people's concern in Iran is that somebody or something in the United States, inside the United States, make Trump to stop this war. They are so hopeful that end of this war would be freedom. And the only concern of people inside of Iran is just stopping this war without falling the regime.
I think the American people want to see the regime change, and the American people stand with the people in Iran. I don't think there's an issue with that, with respect to the American people. There's polls that they've taken and what the American sentiment is. Okay, where'd Alan go? Is he gone? All right, I'm going to end the room, guys.
Thanks, Abby. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having this room.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Abby. Keep on the good work.